Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert and this is the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue a playthrough of Stardew Valley with the always ever so charming Jazz.
Hello, that's me.
Do you have any recollection what we were doing? Because I certainly don't.
Not really.
I remember I compared various plants we could grow and came to the conclusion that the amaranth were a good investment.
Alright, yes.
As far as the story is concerned, I don't recall.
Yes.
Middle of summer, isn't it?
I think we're in fall now.
Oh, we're in fall. Oh. Oh no, that's right. That's fine. Yeah, sorry.
That's alright.
Hello, Rob. I'm still at work. I'm muted. And I'll drop by to say hello. I would say it's lovely to see you, but you can't hear me. Guess I'll reply in chat. Lovely to see you. As always. You take care. Rightio. Oh, have a letter here. Dear La Magnifica, I ordered too much fertilizer for the garden. I bet you can put it to some good use. Take care, Jody. Okay. Basic retaining soil. Wonderful. Oh, there's another letter. Dear La Magnifica, thank you for purchasing a coop upgrade. In addition to doubling the capacity of your coop, I've taken the liberty of installing an incubator. To use the incubator, simply place an egg inside it. If you have space left in your coop, the egg will hatch in several days. As always, thanks for your business. Robin. Well then.
I think we can get more chicken if we wanted to now.
Yeah, I think so. It sounds like we get free chicken now.
We could also, I think, purchase ducks instead if we want. I think the eggs give a little bit more money, and we could also get feathers from them and stuff like this.
Are our chickens bald?
The boar, do you mean?
Bald. B-A-L-D.
Wait, oh, be bald. No, no. I don't know why they don't give any feathers, but they're not bald, I hope.
Have you ever tried duck eggs?
I don't think I have, no. Did you?
Yep. They're quite nice, I find. They're quite a lot larger than hen's eggs. And the yolk especially is larger. They're nice.
I see.
Oh, hang on. This is the fancy one, isn't it? I can water more than one place at a time.
Yes.
That reminds me, wasn't there something to do with something else to be upgraded?
Possibly. I I'm not sure if I currently have something that is at the blacksmith or you do. But
Yeah,
upgrading is...
I thought we lacked enough of one of the metals, and so one of us got the upgrade. I think that was you, and I didn't get the upgrade for something.
I see. Is there something that you want to upgrade?
Well, we've generally been trying to keep things in the same, hadn't we? That's
Yes.
already been watered. Um, what have I got? I've got an axe, a hoe, a Templar's blade, a scythe, a fiberglass rod, a copper watering can, and a steel pickaxe. I'm pretty sure it was a copper upgrade. Oh, maybe it was a copper hoe. Do you either not have a hoe or have a copper hoe?
I currently have a copper hoe.
That'll be it then. Okay. So I think that's what we were working on. Getting the copper for another copper hoe. So we have 4 copper ore, but it's... Is it 5 ingots for the upgrade? Right. Guess that's a good reason to go mining. Don't know what the fortune's supposed to be today.
Didn't check.
Annoyed today. Okay. Perhaps it's not the best day.
It's pretty late, also.
True. George needs a hot pepper to soothe his aching knee. Okay. I don't know if we have any hot peppers.
I don't think we do. I'm not even sure we're growing some. I don't think we are.
No. Poor George. His knee may be aching for some time. Although I'm not opposed to helping, I'm still a little unclear on why he's unable to source his own peppers in, the course of several days.
Yeah.
Goodness me. This is going to be a veritable forest. He says exaggeratingly.
Did we plant any hardwood? Do you know that? I mean, mahogany seeds?
I think there's mahogany. Would you be able to recognize mahogany if you saw it?
I think so. They look kind of special-ish.
They're over here, just to the west.
Oh, well, okay. I don't know if that one in the middle is one or not. I'm not sure. They might have a different color now that it's fall anyway.
Why can I bat the trees about? I can like shake their leaves.
I think you sometimes get random items from that, and if they bear fruit, you can either get the fruit from them like that or get seeds that way.
Ooh, it's Peanut. Okay, this is taking a while. You still there?
Yeah, it's also loading for me.
It's just black.
Mm.
How long do we give it?
I'm not sure. Um,
Doesn't seem like it's doing anything, does it?
I can try to restart the. I
Yeah,
can try to restart my game.
I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. That's a shame.
It might work if I drop out first, because then the day would also not get saved if we both drop out now.
True, but it's not like we achieved much in that day, so I don't think it's the end of the world. Oh,
That's true.
you've quit, and then suddenly it's
I'm restarting now.
okay.
It's loading back up.
I don't know. You made almost 3K. Ancient fruit, eh? Hmm.
Um, well, it's loading, but it's sure taking its time.
Oh, that's okay. What did you have for breakfast today, if you don't mind my asking?
I actually don't really eat breakfast. Like for a long time now I haven't, but I've started eating, like drinking more like, I guess. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but there's a brand called Huel that has like
Ah,
this powder that you dissolve in water and then drink it as some sort of a shake. I had that.
you're a Huel drinker. I had no idea.
As of recently is. It's been recommended, so I decided I'd give it a try, and it's nice so far.
Hmm.
What about you?
I just had a bowl of porridge.
Oh, nice. Are you eating it plain or with something
Today I
with it?
had it with currants and a bit of sugar,
Ah, nice.
which is usually what I do if I think I'm unlikely to have any other meals before I stream, so try and get the calories up a bit.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see.
Do you find the Huel filling?
I'm taking a little bit less than is recommended or instructed, so it
Hmm.
will last a bit longer. But I am definitely also with the lower amount okay with how filling it is.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening. I don't know.
Mhm.
All I can try is like restart it. I guess I'll open it over Steam.
Restart what? Sorry.
The game, just the
Okay.
game. I don't know. It's
Okay.
it's giving me some sort of notice about the sync not being like the cloud not being synced properly. I think you can mostly ignore that, but
Yeah, that sounds like for some reason Steam's not connecting. Um,
oh,
that you'd
okay.
usually get that if you were like having network problems, but the fact that I am talking to you right now
Yeah,
would
it is.
seem to challenge that theory. You might want to try restarting all of Steam. So, like closing the game, telling Steam to shut down, then restarting Steam. Maybe there's been like a Steam update and your version doesn't want to connect or something.
All right, I'll try that.
Yeah, I fully appreciate that Huel is a good product, and I've even considered getting some myself in the past. There is something just slightly dystopian about it, isn't there? The
Yes.
idea that we're just going to have these food powders that that we consume.
I definitely see that, yes.
I mean, I've had protein powders before for protein shakes, so it's not that different. The first protein shakes I ever had weren't, or I did it the old fashioned way.
Oh,
It was milk and eggs and skimmed milk powder.
that's nice. Was it? Or was it not nice and therefore you stopped?
I think it's nice, but it's an acquired taste, if that makes sense. It's quite you know having like all that mixed up isn't what most people would be used to, and it's a bit of a surprise at first. But once you get used to it, it's nice.
I see. That makes sense, yes.
But eventually, I gave in to the convenience and the cheapness of just buying protein powders instead. Though I have noticed the price of protein powders have has fluctuated a lot over the last few years. At some points, it's got really quite expensive.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm having the same issue that I've had the past weeks that I can't connect. The farm is visible on the join tab, but as
Okay,
soon as I try to connect, it will just kind of load indefinitely and eventually tell me that the connection has failed.
right, interesting.
I've had this the couple of days, like in the past days, this happened multiple times, and honestly, we did not figure out what fixes this. It's kind of random, I think.
Yeah, it's making me think about how they're actually doing the connection. Um, I wonder if they're doing something like UDP hole punching or something, and that's sometimes failing for you and sometimes succeeding.
I mean, it worked just now. That's the confusing bit. Like,
Yeah.
but all I get is this. I mean, I can send a screenshot of it, but there's not much to see. It literally just says connection failed.
Yeah, unfortunately, the solution is likely to be network level. It's probably, you know, you're going I mean, the first obvious thing to do would be to try rebooting the router. Um, but I don't know if that's something you can do.
That is unfortunately not possible anymore, no.
Okay. Um,
I wish I could offer it something to try, but I'm out of ideas. I actually don't know how to.
yeah.
If I could just have a little bit of a test run and host a farm and see if you could join, or
That's
if.
exactly what I was just thinking.
Okay, I'll do that. It should be visible. 1 second, it's still loading.
Uh, Do you have the invite code?
Yes, I can get it in a second. It should, maybe you can refresh, it should actually show up. This is not on invite only, so
Okay.
since you're a Steam
Oh
friend,
yeah,
you should. Okay.
that's convenient. Connecting. Connecting. Connection failed.
Oh well. Yeah, I'm very sorry about this.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. It's not your fault. I can think of a few things that might work, but it would take effort and time, not something that we could just quickly try. Are there any other games potentially?
Yeah. I can check. I mean,
Mhm.
I think you have an option on Steam to check which multiplayer games two players mutually have, right?
There is, yes. It's one of the filtering options. Uh, let's try that. No, it's a good feature that. I remember saying it would be really nice if they introduced something like that before they introduced it, and then they did. It's good.
Oh, nice.
Right, apparently we both have Deadlock, Peak, and Stardew Valley. Kind of surprising, really.
Yes.
Apparently, I have 331 games, and we only share 3. So that's less than 1%.
That's fascinating. Most of these games are actually not my games. We are sharing them over the Steam library, and they're mostly games that Pat is playing.
Right.
But that's still funny. Well, I would offer to play Peak instead, but I tried it on my own the other day and it was barely running, so I doubt that will run properly for us both.
Right. As in, performance-wise, it wasn't, it was
Yes.
struggling. I take it you had it
Okay.
on the lowest possible settings.
Yes, of course.
Oh dear.
I definitely need to upgrade, yes. And I think Deadlock would never ever run on this laptop, I'm pretty sure.
I could suggest some games, but the problem is, what if you get them and um, then the connection issue still applies? Because I don't know exactly what's causing the lack of connection, so I don't know if it's something we'd expect to apply to multiple games or just one. Um, then again, you do have the um, refund within
Right.
2 hours, don't you?
Yeah, that's
Um, and I don't mind grabbing a game for you either if you wanted. Would Spelunky 2 interest you at all? Again, don't know if the multiplayer would work with your setup, but it is a multiplayer game. Let me send you the link.
thank you.
Do, 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 do. There we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. part of the reason I picked that one out is because although I haven't tested it, I suspect it doesn't use a lot of resources. Like, there's no good reason why I would think it would.
Well, it looks like it would
It looks like it
probably
would run.
run. Yes.
I don't know. Perhaps it's not something you'd particularly enjoy.
It's it does not look like something I would usually play, but I'm not opposed to trying it.
Yeah. And then there's always the option to refund it if it doesn't work. Would you like me to buy that for you and provide it as a gift?
That's all right. I'm gonna go ahead and purchase it.
Okay. As I say, I think it's a 2-hour window you can refund in, so if you don't enjoy it or if the multiplayer doesn't work, there's always that option. I assume that applies in Germany. I think it's a general Steam policy across the world, although I admit I haven't checked that. Right.
Is there a way I can check that?
Probably, but it would be like a Google search type thing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, a while back, Steam introduced this policy that if they always had a refund request. Well, I say they always did. I suppose they didn't. I suppose in the very beginning they didn't. For a very long time, they had the capacity for people that had purchased a game to request a refund. What they changed, and this was a few years ago now, is they said if you haven't played the game for 2 hours, then we'll refund you, no questions asked. So that was a policy change at their company. So you can still request a refund even if you have played it for longer than that. It's just that there will be no friction if you ask for a refund for a game you haven't played for at least 2 hours.
I see. Okay. I didn't know that. I'm not very familiar with
Mm-hmm.
Steam.
It's a good policy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Is sound capturing? Yep. I should probably change the stream information. That looks good. Oh, I hope this works. How are you getting on?
I just purchased it. It's getting downloaded now.
Okie doke. This is a game that you can very much pick up and put down, so I'll probably just like start a single player game to remind myself of it and have something on screen while we talk, but I can like quit out at a moment's notice as soon as you've got it downloaded.
Yeah.
Ow. A snake bit me. Oh dear. I'm so out of practice. Nope. Oh. Saw that just a moment too late. Does it have a estimate for time?
I'm already on it. There's something like a cutscene playing.
Oh, wonderful. Wait, what's going on with that snake? Okay, it must have been some sort of visual effect. Like lighting. Ambient lighting or something. Good, he didn't see that. Ah, that's how you do it. Let's try and remember that. Just let me know when you're ready, and like I say, I can quit out at any moment. But you enjoy the cutscenes if that's what you're doing right now.
Yes. 1 second, I'm just trying to navigate through the menu right now. Do I select the online thing?
Yep. Okay, let me end adventure. And we want exit to title, I think. Then online. Start an adventure with friends or random players. Yes, that's what we want. Hold on, Yanni, let me send you an invite and I'll quickly change the scene for that. Right, invite to play. You should be able to join my game now. Mealy, lovely to see you. How are you today?
Hi, Mealy.
No, that scene's been there for a long time. I just don't use it very often. That would be a sort of just chatting screen. Let me go back to it. There we go. This is my sort of just chatting screen. Oh, there's Jazz. I mean, we're not in the game yet, but it seems like it's connected.
Nice.
Do you want to pick a skin you're happy with? Unless you're happy with this one.
Let me see. Okay. Oh, that's fine. I'll stick to that one.
Is that Christmas playing with you? Is Christmas one of your many names?
I mean, I guess now it is.
Okay, so the basic that is a rope. Those are in limited supply. Okay, you've used up all your ropes. These help with vertical mobility.
Wait, how did I use that?
You probably pressed, I think it's Y.
I don't think I do. Wait, if I press Y.
You don't have any left. The top button.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. Are you using mouse and keyboard? I should have asked that first of all.
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm on controller.
Oh, I see.
Sorry. If you have a controller, I would recommend it for this game, but it's not strictly necessary.
Okay, I'll get it.
Sorry about this.
That's alright.
So yes, Mealy, apparently it is Christmas playing with me. How have you been, Mealy? How's life treating you? Just finished Resident Evil 7. Ooh, I've never played a Resident Evil game. Did you enjoy it? Was it good?
Oops. What happened?
In your absence, I've discovered fire. Ooh. I don't know what happened there. You died, but I don't know why you died. Maybe it's an AFK thing. That's alright. We can restart in a second. Once you get the, once you've got the controller working, we'll restart. Can I just... Maybe I have to die. That's fine, that can be arranged. Great game. Wonderful news. What do you like most about it? You getting on alright?
Yes, I just had to reload the whole thing.
Oh, are you not in the game right now?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll go back to the main menu. And remake the game. And I will invite you again, since that would seem to be the friendly thing to do. If right click wants to work. Steam. There we go. Invite to play.
Thank you.
This looks different. Yeah, unfortunately... Hang on. Oh, you haven't started streaming yet, I was just thinking. Yeah, so we were having trouble getting Stardew Valley to connect, so I'm introducing Jazz to Spelunky 2, which I haven't played in quite a long time. Okay, so the basic premise of the game is you just want to get to the next level. Oh dear, I've already taken damage. Along the way, you'll be picking up things that have monetary value. Those are worthwhile because we can spend that money for useful things that will help us survive. But usually, protecting yourself is more important than money.
Okay.
Health, you start with 4 health, but you lose health very quickly if you're not careful.
Okay, which I thought.
Yep. So you have to be extremely. You have to play extremely conservatively. Obviously, being as you're new, you know, there are limits to what can be expected. But generally speaking, keep that in mind. Like, taking damage is really bad because there aren't many ways to recover health. And this is a game that you're supposed to play like over and over fairly quickly. Oh dear. Why did that happen? Oh, did you
Really?
disconnect? Are you having connection issues?
I think so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm loading it up again.
Alright, we'll try again. Pikachu says, hello, Jazz.
Hello, Piku. How are you? Well, I'm sorry. Can you send another invite?
Yeah, that's fine. Steam wants to let me. There we go. Wonderful. Yeah, bad internet. Eating rice, very nice. Just plain rice, or do you have anything with your rice? Yes. Do you play on PC or PlayStation 2? That's true. I have a PlayStation. That's another option for games. Yeah, I think I've summarized the main points. Ow. There's a boss at the end of the game. If you actually manage to reach it, so this doesn't go on forever, but
Wait, can I hurt you?
you can knock me down. I don't think I actually took damage. That thing over there, I'm not sure if you can see, that's an arrow trap. Those are hot. Those are terrible because they do 2 points of damage each time. Oh no.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So are we looking at something other than Spelunky then?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's alright, I'm sorry too.
Alright, I have a PlayStation. Do you have a PlayStation?
Yes, but I don't have PlayStation. I can't play multiplayer on that.
Okay, fair enough. What could we do? What could we do? I mean,
if this...
we can do basically anything that two people can do whilst talking.
Yes?
I do have some choose your own adventure books. I don't know, is that pushing it when it comes to copyright? Like, if you can play a video game on stream, can I read out a choose your own adventure book to you and you make choices?
I don't know.
Would that interest you? Would you like to? Do you know what a choose your own adventure book is?
Not really. I don't. Not really.
Oh, okay. Well, wonderful. I can introduce you to that then. All we need. So we're not playing any. We're not like doing any video games. So I can just exit out of this and we just talk. And I'll grab the books. Is that all right?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Right, I'll go to my VTuber screen, and I guess I'm changing the category again. Blimey. There's a choose your own adventures category and it has 0 followers. Oh no, sorry, I've misread that. There's choose your own alternative. That must be some game someone made. Alright, maybe this counts as just chatting. My first ever just chatting stream. Alright. Let me see. Right, the books are on my bookshelf behind me. You could buy a puzzle game together while Jez gives directions. Oh, you could play a puzzle game direct. I could. Let's go with the choose your own adventure for now and see how Jazz gets on with it. The books are behind me, so I'm going to take my headphones off so I can grab them. Let's see, do they have... Okay, so, like, I've just picked one of them up at random, and this is, like, page 1. Warning! Do not read this book straight from beginning to end. These pages contain many different adventures you can go on in the title of the book. From time to time, as you read along, you'll be asked to make a choice. Your choice may lead to success or disaster. The adventures you take are a result of your choice. You are responsible because you choose. After you make your choice, follow the instructions to see what happens to you next. Remember, you cannot go back. Think carefully before you make a move. One mistake can be your last, or it may lead to your fame and fortune. So essentially it's like a storybook, but as you go through it, it will say, do you choose to do A? Do you choose to do B? And then it will say, if you do, go to this page. Still interested? So I have a handful of them. I'm going to read out the titles to you, and you can tell me which sounds most interesting to you. The Cave of Time, Space and Beyond, The Lost Jewels of Nabuti, House of Danger, Secret of the Pyramids, Escape, Trouble on Planet Earth, The Dragon's Den, Journey to Stonehenge, and Through the Black Hole. So I guess this is your first choice. What adventure would you like to go on out of those? I haven't. I played a bit of this with Pikachu a while, not that long ago. And before that, I haven't played them since I was a child. So I don't recall each of them all that well. I think The Cave of Time and Through the Black Hole were both reasonably good. I mean, they're probably all reasonably good, but those are two that I remember being particularly memorable. So would you prefer time travel or sci-fi? Well, that is sci-fi. Time travel or space? Now, this is all about making choices, Jazz. You need to make a decision. Through a black hole or the Cave of Time? Okay. We'll go with that. Rightio. So on the cover, I'm going to have to describe all the pictures. On the cover we have a picture of what looks like there's some sort of celestial thing out there which is shaped like a disc. There's like a black centre to it, then around that you've got some purples that seem to be swirling, and around that you've got some reds that are swirling as well. I'm guessing that's supposed to be a black hole with things orbiting around it in a like a ring you would have around a planet, but made out of all the debris that's falling into the black hole, I would guess. There's a starry land, there's a starscape behind that, and in the foreground we have a rather disgruntled looking astronaut in a spacesuit looking at their spaceship from the outside in. It looks almost like they're trying to do repairs. Rightio, let's get into it. So, opposite page 1 there is another picture. This is, I mean, the front cover picture is just to try and get people to pick up and buy the book. This is the first one that's actually to do with the story. We can see a number of things. In the foreground, we can see somebody sitting down at a... you know how you'd have like an interview desk or something like that? There's somebody seated at a computer, and then there's somebody else who seems to be sitting down opposite them. The person at the computer looks quite old. The person in the that's sitting opposite them right now looks quite a lot younger. So I'm guessing that's you, the young one, and the person behind the desk is probably your boss or something like that. On the desk it says Dr. Andrei Bartok. There is a United States flag in the same room. There's some computer terminals, a big display which seems to show space on it, like a massive television or something like that. Flat screen, which is actually a point. They didn't have. I don't think they had flat screen TVs when this book came out, so they predicted that one correctly. And then behind that, there's this massive window, and you can see what looks like some sort of space plane with Athena written across it, in what looks like some sort of construction field. I say that because there's like all these structures that have like cranes and stuff. So I'll get on with the story. You've never felt more excited. You've just graduated from the Space Academy and you're waiting outside the office of Dr. Andrei Bartok, the Director of Interstellar Exploration. In a few moments you'll receive your first assignment in space. You've hardly settled into your chair when a secretary calls, "Dr. Bartok will see you now." The thin, balding director looks up from his computer terminal as you enter the room. "Come in! I've been expecting you." He smiles at you for a moment, then gestures for you to take a seat on the other side of his long, crescent-shaped desk. Yes, his desk is actually shaped like a crescent. I wasn't sure how much detail to go in. I didn't want to bore you with excessive detail. Popping out, have fun. Okie dokie, Piku. I hope you have a wonderful stream. You glance around the luxurious room. A huge montage of the Canopus star system lines one wall. That must be like the TV thing I described. Although that's a good point. I just assumed it was like animated. Maybe it is just like an old-fashioned like oil painting or something. Opposite is a holographic display screen. Through the window behind the director's desk, you see the new Athena spaceship parked on the tarmac. You hold your breath as you watch Dr. Bartok scanning your file for your assignment. It seems like forever before he looks up from his screen. "You've had a brilliant record at the Academy," he says. "Just about tops. And I want to send you on a mission of great importance. I'm going to give you a chance to pilot the Athena." You practically fall out of your chair. Most of your experience has been in simulators and on training cruises. Yet, the Athena? The Athena is the most advanced spaceship in the fleet. It has unbelievable speed and maneuvering capabilities. "Well," Dr. Bartok says, "are you interested?" "Interested? I sure am. I can hardly believe it. I would have thought you'd want a much more experienced astronaut for such a mission." "Of course I do," he says with a laugh. Then Dr. Bartok holds up his palm. His face becomes serious. "The reason you've been selected is because you're young. This mission requires a very long period of hibernation and at least 2 major time dislocations. Our tests indicate that only someone around your age can withstand the stress involved. If we were to put you into this state of suspended animation when you were 10 years older, you'd never wake up." "Oh, hey Rowdy, lovely to see you. I hope you're well." "I understand," you say after a moment, "but you're beginning to feel a little nervous. Just what is this mission about, Dr. Bartok?" "This isn't what I've heard rumoured about. The first probe to the Pleiades star system?" Dr. Bartok types a code into his computer. The room darkens slightly and a projection of the Milky Way galaxy appears on the holographic screen. "We have in mind a much more important, a more daring mission than that. Nothing less than a trip to another universe. We want to send the Athena through MX-12, a black hole in the center of our galaxy." You sit dumbstruck, thinking of what you've learned about black holes at the Academy. You know that a black hole is a place where matter is squeezed together, where gravity is so great that not even light can escape from it. Which is why, if you were close enough to see it, it would look absolutely black. That in itself is frightening enough. But what's worse is that everything that enters a black hole keeps falling until it reaches a point where its entire mass or weight is compressed into non-existence. Some scientists believe that all the mass can't completely disappear, that it has to go somewhere. They believe that in black holes there may be wormholes leading to another place in time, but it's scary to think of testing such a theory. Good heavens, Dr. Bartok, you ask. Would even the Athena have a chance to make it through a black hole? Wouldn't tidal forces rip any spaceship into neutrons before it reached the wormhole? Dr. Bartok glances at a document coming out of his faxing machine. That's the general rule. James Games, lovely to see you. How are you? That's the general rule, he says. But the tidal forces diminish in proportion to the size of the black hole. If the black hole is rotating and is big enough, it's theoretically possible to get through. Those words, theoretically possible, bother you. No theory is really valid until it's been tested, and no human brain or even the greatest computer can be sure of what really goes on in a black hole. You're not eager to stake your life on some scientific theory. Dr. Bartok must see the doubt in your face because he says, Of course, you don't have to go on this mission. I wouldn't have called you in except that on your questionnaire you said that you were ready for anything. There is another option. We're also going to send the Athena's sister ship, the Nimrod, to the edge of the black hole. It would act as a backup and observer. Of course, I must warn you, even going to the edge of the black hole is dangerous, and so, if you prefer, I'll be glad to assign you to the transport service. You don't particularly feel like risking your life getting anywhere near a black hole, but to go into the transport service and spend the next 10 years or so carrying Rillium crystals back from Vega 9 or something like that isn't really much of an option. I'll accept the assignment, sir. Dr. Bartok gets up and comes around to shake your hand. I'm delighted, he says. Now, do you choose to go on the observer ship, the Nimrod, or are you going on the Athena itself and try to make it through the black hole? If you say you'll go to the Athena, turn to page 14. If you say you'd rather go on the Nimrod, turn to page 64. So what do you think on that? Let me catch up on chat. Lovely to see you as well. I'm good. Hopefully you're alright. I'm surviving, Rowdy. Lovely to see you too. Thanks so much for the shout. You're very welcome, anytime. It is nice to see you, James. Sorry. That was a lot of talking, probably because it was the very beginning. So, the Athena or the Nimrod, what do you think? For the Nimrod, the observer ship. Okay. No worries, I love the comfy vibe. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. This is a bit of an experiment. We had some games planned today, but technical difficulties... Well, we had like some video games planned today, but technical difficulties got in the way. So we are what is known as improvising. I have some old Choose Your Own Adventure books, and I'm introducing the lovely jazz to them. Right, it was 64, wasn't it? You have just awoken from hibernation. Several years have passed since you accepted your mission. You're aboard the spaceship Nimrod as commander. Your mission is to observe your sister ship, the Athena, as it attempts to pass through the black hole. You and your crewmate, Nick Torrey, are trying to stay as close to the Athena as possible in case of any trouble. On the other hand, you don't want to get too close so you'll be sucked into the hole yourself. The stars behind you appear as a reddish glowing cluster because of the effects of relativity. You're now travelling almost as fast as the Athena, but you're having difficulty staying in contact with her because of the enormous magnetic forces surrounding the black hole. For a while you're completely out of communication, then a faint message comes through, a call for help! The Athena's main engine has failed. At some point we may want to get back home, Nick says. Let's turn around and head towards the black hole. I mean the white hole. I want to see if we can get closer to it. You feel the same way. In a second or two you're given... Hang on, can I just reread that? At some point we may want to get back home. Let's turn around and head towards the black hole. Maybe I'm not following something. That seems like it's in contradiction, but still. Anyway, where was I? You feel the same way. In a second or two you've given the computer all the instructions it needs. Slowly, Very slowly, the Athena turns back towards the fuzzy white patch that may be the only link to your universe. Oh, hang on. Oh, I see what happened. I apologise. I apologise. I didn't realise that at the bottom of page 64 it says go to page 19, so I skipped ahead in the story. That wasn't what I meant to do. So let's reset. So the last thing I should have said is then a faint message comes through, a call for help. The Athena's main engine has failed. Turn to page 19. You set course for the other ship at maximum speed. How close to the black hole can we get, you ask? Oh, sorry, that was you. How close to the black hole can we get, you ask Nick. He's already punching into the computer, then the question. What are our chances of rescuing the crew of the Athena? The answer comes back at once. Chance of rescuing Athena crew and escaping black hole, 22%. Chance of not succeeding in rescuing Athena crew but escaping black hole, 18%. Chance of being swept into the black hole along with the Athena crew, 41%. Variability factor, no prediction possible, 19%. There you have it, Nick says. What shall we do? If you try to rescue the Athena crew, turn to page 53. If decided it's too risky, turn to page 63. It's too risky. You're not gonna try and rescue the crew, is that right? Okay. The odds are just too much against us, you tell Nick. I can't see how we could rescue them without risking our own lives. We'll probably be sucked into the black hole after them. I think we'll have to return to the base. You start punching in the coordinates for the return flight to Earth. At least we'll have gathered new data on black holes, you say. As the booster thrusters fire and the Nimrod swings onto its new course, your eyes remain fixed on the deep reddish glow that surrounds the black hole. You can't get your mind off the astronauts who may have already been crushed into oblivion. You glance at Nick. He too seems hypnotised by the sight, and so neither you nor Nick are looking at the display screen of the area ahead of you. It's not until an audio warning sounds that you're aware of the stray comet hurtling across your path on its way into the black hole. Normally, you would still have plenty of time to alter the course, but the tremendous gravity of the black hole has accelerated the comet to almost a tenth of the speed of light. By the time you've become aware of it, it's over, 10,000 miles away, but your hand hasn't even reached the evasion switch when it strikes. The end. Oh dear. That didn't go brilliantly. Perhaps that's cosmic karma for cowardice. That was quite a short ending. Usually they last a bit longer. Do you want to go back and perhaps choose a different decision? Such as rescuing the Athena crew? Okay. Or we could start again from the beginning and you could pilot the Athena instead. What would you like? To start from the beginning or just go back one step to before you were hit by a comet? Okay. Okay, so if you hadn't tried to turn around and save your own skin, if you tried to rescue the Athena crew, this is what would have happened. I haven't been describing all the pictures, have I? There's a picture of two rather young-looking people. Honestly, they look a bit too young to be astronauts. I think they're supposed to have already graduated from some academy, but they look like they're 16. They're both looking mouth agape at a computer screen, while one person, which I think is you, is like typing at a very strange keyboard. It doesn't look like a regular keyboard, because it's like just... It's just a grid. Like, it doesn't have... I don't see like numbers or letters or anything. It's like all the individual squares are the same size and they all line up. It's a very odd looking keyboard, but there we go. And in the background you can see your spaceship. The your crewmate, whose name I've already forgotten, you're in a chair at the keyboard, and he's like leaning over you to look at the monitor. We can't just leave them, Nick. Let's go for it. Right on, he says. You're already punching instructions into the computer. In less than a minute, the Nimrod is speeding towards its sister ship. You radio the crew of the Athena that you're coming. Though you're almost certain the message won't go through, the magnetic force field here breaks up radio waves. You're straining the space drive to the maximum, trying to reach the other ship before both of you slip below the event horizon, the point of no return. You ask the computer for the latest probability profile and gasp when the words appear on the screen. Chance of rescuing the Athena: 0. Nick, look at the screen. His face is ashen. But why? You're already asking the computer the same question. In a moment the answer appears. Athena destroyed by tidal forces, a rotating black hole. You have failed to rescue the crew of the Athena, and you're in peril yourself. You command the computer to execute escape maneuvers. Instead you get another horrifying message. Passing through the event horizon. There's no way back now, Nick says. Finding the next page. Suddenly your mission has changed. Instead of being the observers, you and Nick are the ones who must try to make it through the black hole. The only trouble is that you haven't been manoeuvring in the precise way necessary to gain entrance to the wormhole. The ship is already creaking and groaning from the gravitational differential between the bow and stern. Even your own body is being stretched. Gravity now is so intense that the part of you nearest to the black hole is falling faster than the part of your body farthest from it. You hear Nick's voice croaking, as if even his vocal cords are being stretched beyond the breaking point. I've put the computer on autopilot and told it to get us into the wormhole. All we can do is hope. You're pinned against your restraints as the computer adjusts course and speed. The scene outside the viewport is indescribably weird. Behind you is nothing but a faint red glow. Ahead, space is completely black, except for a ghostly halo of dark violet and purple. In the centre of the halo is the singularity, the source of the terrifying gravitational field that is pulling you in, and which is probably about to crush you. Your only hope is that some unknown force is at work in this strange place, a force that can lead you into another universe. Your fingers are shaking as you punch a question into the computer. Can you steer us into the wormhole? A few moments later the reply comes. The laws of physics no longer apply here. Neither logic nor knowledge will help you decide. Your future will be determined by quantum fluctuations. Punch in either the number 1 or the number 2. One of these numbers will produce the correct decision. The answer cannot be determined until you've decided. Nick is also watching the screen. Quantum uncertainty. I thought it might come to this. Punch in a number. There's not much time. So this is it. You've reached the realm where logic no longer applies. Your fate is strictly a matter of chance. If you punch in 1, turn to page 60. If you punch in 2, turn to page 43. What was that, sorry? 60, sorry. So you punch in 1. It's possible I misspoke, I'm not sure. You punch in number 1. The black hole is rotating, and as you plunge towards the singularity, centrifugal force almost precisely matches the gravitational force. As a result, you are not torn apart by gravity. Instead, you float weightlessly as the Nimrod whirls around and around the vortex of the hole. The forces here are so great that even the mighty thrusters of the Nimrod have no effect. Your only hope is that a quantum fluctuation, some unpredictable disturbance, will save you. Normally, the chances of such a thing happening are 1 in trillions, but the rules are different inside a black hole. The forces are so great that the laws of physics are altered in ways that could never be tested on Earth. As it happens, a quantum disturbance flicks a Nimrod out of the whirlpool. Suddenly, it's plunging straight into the singularity. Exactly what happens then, you will never know. Forces are so great that you lose consciousness. Nor would scientists be able to explain. The laws of physics here are different from anything observed on Earth. But when you come to, you know that you must have passed safely to the other side, for things are different than they were. Everywhere you look, there are stars and nebulae. Training your telescope on the heavens, you can make out fuzzy patches of light. Most of these, when you increase the magnification, have a familiar spiral pattern. If we're in another universe, it's a lot like our own. Oh, sorry, that was you. If we're in another universe, it's a lot like our own, you say to Nick. What's more, we seem to be in a galaxy quite similar to the Milky Way. It's possible, Nick says, that after passing through the black hole, we came out in our own galaxy. This is a problem for the computer, you say. It should be able to tell us our location. The computer has to analyse the positions of thousands of stars in other galaxies. Fast as it is, it takes almost 10 minutes before its response appears on screen. Stars here are in a very different position than they should be, but other galaxies are quite close to the positions they should be. Nothing else shows on screen, but amber light indicates that the computer is working on a more precise analysis. What do you think of what it's telling us? Nick asks. I think it's pretty clear, you say. We're in the same galaxy, but not at the same time. We've come out millions of years in the past or millions of years in the future. As you finish saying this, the computer confirms your guess. Time is approximately 9,800,000 years in the future. If that's so, Nick says, why are the other galaxies still pretty much where they were? If you'll remember how far away they are, then you'll know, you say. It's as if you were driving along in a car at 15 miles an hour and close your eyes for a few seconds. When you opened them, nearby trees and houses would be behind you in a different direction than when you last looked, but distant mountains would still be in the same direction. At the same time, you're punching instructions into the computer. Locate Earth and Sun, set course to intercept them, give estimated time of arrival. Fortunately, the Sun and Earth are close by, only a few hundred light years away. You and Nick settle down for a long hibernation. When you wake up, you'll be home, 10 million years after you left. You go to sleep dreaming about what Earth might be like. The end. So. That was another ending. Did you enjoy that? Would you like to do any more? Okay. Well, I mean, would you like to try a different path in this book, try a different book, do something else entirely? I don't mind. Okay. Alright, how about we try a different book, and then you have a couple of adventures in that one, and then perhaps at that point we can start thinking again about what we want to do, if anything, for the rest of the stream, like possibly seeing if the network issues fixed itself or something like that. How does that sound? Okay, so I've put down the Black Hole book, and I've picked up the Cave of Time. You've hiked through Snake Canyon once before while visiting your Uncle Howard at Red Creek Ranch. Oh, it should, in case this wasn't obvious, this is obviously going to be a different character. But you never noticed any cave entrance. It looks as though a recent rock slide has uncovered it. Though the late afternoon sun is striking the opening of the cave, the interior remains in total darkness. You step inside a few feet, trying to get an idea of how big it is. As your eyes become used to the dark, you see what looks like a tunnel ahead, dimly lit by some kind of phosphorescent material on the walls. The tunnel walls are smooth, as if they were shaped by running water. After 20 feet or so, the tunnel curves. You wonder where it leads. You venture in a bit further, but you feel nervous being alone in such a strange place. You turn around and hurry out. A thunderstorm may be coming, judging by how dark it looks outside. Suddenly you realise the sun has long since set, and the landscape is lit only by the pale light of the full moon. You must have fallen asleep and woken up hours later. But then, you remember something even more strange. Just last evening, the moon was only a slim crescent in the sky. You wonder how long you've been in the cave. You're not hungry. You don't feel like you've been sleeping. You wonder whether to try to walk back home by moonlight, or whether to wait for dawn, rather than risk losing your footing on the steep and rocky trail. If you decide to start back home, turn to page 4. If you decide to wait, turn to page 5. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. How are you? 4? You're going to start back home. Okay. As you start walking back towards the ranch, you notice the trail seems very different than you remember it. Though of course moonlight can play tricks on your eyes. But you suddenly realise you're not walking on a trail at all, but on what seems to be a dried up riverbed. You hurry back to the cave entrance. You look around you and realise the whole landscape has changed. While you're in the cave, torrents of water have washed out the trail, yet there is not so much as a puddle left. You shiver. It is cold, much colder than it should be at this time of year. You take a jacket out of your backpack and put it on, but you're still freezing. At least the world about you seems brighter. It's getting light in the east. The sun will soon be up. You look at your watch. It has run down. Though you wound it only a few hours ago. Nothing seems to make sense anymore. The watch is wound down, so that dates this book, doesn't it? They don't have battery-powered watches yet. You should get back to the ranch as quickly as possible, yet somehow you feel the only way to change things back to the way they were is to re-enter the cave. If you continue toward the ranch, turn to page 8. If you go back into the cage, turn to page 10. We're reading The Cave of Time. Tato, a choose your own adventure book. So, continue towards the ranch or go back into the cave? Okay. As it gets lighter, you realise that you can't be on the right track. The canyon seems shallower than it was. The riverbed is strewn with boulders that were never there before. The cold wind chills you to the bone. Yet it's the middle of summer. As you climb to higher ground to get a better view, you notice patches of snow. From the top of a ridge you survey a barren plain, frozen lakes, and in the distance, a massive range of snow-covered mountains. You begin to realise you are not merely lost, you are lost in time, and you have somehow been transported to an ice age that occurred many thousands of years ago. How did you work out that it was years ago? Not in the future. Lack of humans, maybe? You walk towards one of the cliffs that borders the canyon, seeking shelter from the wind, and you notice an entrance to another cave. You're tempted to go inside, but you feel you should keep moving in the hopes of somehow reaching familiar country. If you enter the cave, turn to page 17. If you continue on, turn to page 18. Yeah, it's true, I should change the title of the stream, Tato. We're improvising after technical difficulties. But good catch. Co-op chaos doesn't really make sense anymore. Where were we? So, yeah, you were headed to the ranch. You've realised that you're in an ice age. You found a different cave. Do you want to enter it or do you want to continue on? Okay, you keep going. You continue on, following a trail leading up a steep incline. You hear loud, trumpeting sounds from a nearby ravine, the sound of a large animal. You climb over some rocks and find yourself looking down on one of the largest land mammals that ever lived, the woolly mammoth. That would be a good indication that you're in the past, not the future. Huge as this creature is, its size is exaggerated even more by its thick coat of wool. You are cold, desperate and tired. From your rock ledge, only a few feet over the mammoth, you could drop down on its back, burrow into its warm wool and ride it where it takes you. If you jump down on the woolly mammoth, turn to page 29. If you continue on foot, turn to page 30. Okay. Not tempted to drop down on this woolly mammoth? Riding on a mammoth might be fun if you were not cold and hungry and lost, but where would it take you? You continue walking, your spirits sinking. Just as you feel ready to sit down and cry, you see an opening in the ground. You crawl in on your hands and knees. It might provide some warmth, and it might lead to the Cave of Time. You find yourself in a tunnel. There are other tunnels branching off. You feel sure now you're in the Cave of Time. You're eager to take the next tunnel to the surface. You want to travel a long way forward in time. Maybe you should take a tunnel further on. If you take the first tunnel that you can, turn to page 54. If you take a tunnel further on, turn to page 92. Okie dokie. You continue a long distance until you come to the next tunnel. From there it is only a short distance until you reach the surface. An amazing sight meets your eyes. As far as you can see, the land looks like a beautiful park with soft, feathery grass and towering trees. Here and there are clusters of multicoloured dome-shaped buildings, connected by ramps, terraces and walkways. Some people dressed in simple khaki pants and shirts and tan sneakers walk up to you. They do not understand your language, nor you theirs. They look much like the people of your time, except that they are unusually trim, muscular and healthy looking, and they are a good deal smaller than your own people. They take you inside a dome-shaped building and show you electronic equipment that looks like a computer. You know, it's a typewriter, so you sit at it and type a message. The computer prints out a reply. It apparently has access to memory banks containing your language. You soon discover you are living in the year 3742. Though the computer instruction you're able through computer instruction you're able to learn the language, which you find is similar to English, so you're soon able to communicate with your hosts. They're not at all surprised to hear that you arrived through the Cave of Time. You are not the first, the head of the household tells you, but we have visitors from other times only once in a great while. When someone comes, we are always glad to learn about life in another era, because here we have achieved a sort of paradise. We do not work, and the world is at peace. It is a perfect society. That is why primitive epochs such as yours interest us so much. If you stay in the perfect society, turn to page 57. If you try to return to the Cave of Time, turn to page 60. There is something deadening about the perfect future society that you want to... there is something deadening about the perfect future society that makes you want to return to your own time as quickly as possible. With a brief word of farewell, you hurry back to the tunnel, climb down and find a fork to the right that you hope will take you towards the right time. Soon you're climbing up towards the surface, excited about the discovery you're about to make. When you reach the surface, it's completely dark. A chill wind is blowing. You sit resolutely waiting for dawn so that you can see what kind of world you're in. Meanwhile, there is no way of telling what time it is, either by your watch or by the stars. You hear loud clicking sounds all around you. mostly in the distance, but some quite close. As the orange-pink glow of oncoming dawn lightens the eastern sky, you see nearby the shape of a creature that is the size of a sheep, but has a very different appearance. The end. And what apparently you see, I can only describe as an absolutely enormous cricket, with big. It has like insect legs, but it does seem to have some sort of grabby hands on the end of them. It has lots of sharp teeth in its large mouth. Interesting, it doesn't have mandibles. It has like a mammal's mouth. And although it's quite cricket-like in its shape, it does actually have eyes on stalks. So, I assume the implication is that you have an unfortunate interaction with this creature. Did you enjoy that? Would you like to go back and change any of your decisions and see what would have happened? So thinking back about the decisions you made, which one would you like to change? Ah, okay. Let me see if I can find that. So, you're still going to... your first decision you made, you're still going to try to go back home. You're still going to continue on to the ranch. You're not going to enter the first cave you encounter. Then you're back at the mammoth. Presumably you're still not going to jump onto the mammoth's back. Right, now we're back to if you take the first tunnel that you can versus if you take a tunnel further on. Okay, so you take the first tunnel that you can. You enter the next tunnel you come to. It becomes smaller and smaller until you must crawl. You continue this way for almost an hour. Finally, your faith is justified if you smell a fresh breeze blowing across a field of new mown hay. A moment later, you are blinking your eyes in the bright sunlight, looking at a beautiful meadow nestled between gentle hills. A dozen or more cows are grazing near a meandering stream. In the distance is a dirt road. A farmer is sitting on a cart filled with hay. A dapple grey horse is pulling the cart toward a big red barn in the distance. From the other direction, you hear the mournful hooting of a train whistle. You turn around and see that you're only a few hundred feet from the railway tracks. The train is chugging along the bend, puffs of black smoke rising from its coal-fired steam engine. You're out of the Ice Age, alright, but not exactly in your own time. The train slows down as it approaches you, and you smile as you see the reason why. A cow is standing on the tracks just ahead, looking as if it would not move for anything. The train pulls to a stop, and a man jumps down from the cab, waving his coal shovel at the cow, which waits almost until the man is upon her before strolling back into the pasture. At that moment you realise you could easily climb onto the back of the train. If you climb on the train, turn to page 94. If you go to the farm, turn to 98. If you go back into the tunnel in the hopes of finding your way back to your own time, turn to page 101. You're going to try and go back to your own time. With considerable trepidation, you slide down the tunnel. You mean to turn off at one of the side passages that might take you back to your own time, but you're too exhausted to search for the entrance. You half slide, half climb down the tunnel, further back into time. Then you lose your balance. You fall a great distance, land in deep water, and sink a long ways. You're barely able to surface, and when you do, you find that the air is filled with dense fog. The water is warm, but the fog is so thick you can hardly breathe. The air smells slightly of sulphur. Gasping for breath, you realise you must be several billion years in the past, and that oxygen has not yet been released into the atmosphere. The end. It's not ideal, is it? Did you want to pick a different decision? Either climb on the train or go to the farm? Okay, onto the train you go. I mean, if there's trains, then we're at least in the Victorian era. You climb up the steps between the last car and the caboose, just as the train begins to start up again. When you open the door to the car, you are surprised to see soldiers in blue uniforms holding old-fashioned rifles. Right, okay, so this is sounding very much like... this was written in America, so this is sounding very much to me like the Civil War, but let's see what happens. They advance upon you. One of them strides past you to see if anyone else followed you. How did you know this was the president's car? The first soldier asks you. What president? You reply. Then to your amazement you get the answer to your question. For the very tall bearded man walking down the aisle could be no one else but Abraham Lincoln. I don't remember what Lincoln sounded like. In fact, he would have been too early for us to have any recordings, would we? Although I'm sure people know roughly what he sounded like. That's all right, the president tells the soldiers. I could use some company right now. You may stay until we reach Gettysburg. Oh my goodness, so this is just before the Gettysburg Address then. He says to you, but maybe you should get off at, Parkersville. I know some good people there who'll help you out. When you say help you out, how do they don't know your situation, do they? Yeah. If you stay on until Gettysburg, turn to page 96. If you get off at Parkersville, turn to page 100. Okay. I'd like to stay on till Gettysburg, you say. Well, that's fine, the president replies. Why don't you sit across from me? I have to write out a little talk I'm giving there, and while I'm doing that, you think about what you're going to make of your life. Because you can't spend all your time riding on trains, after all. It does look like you're a child, which I didn't appreciate until now. Like, you're almost half the height of Lincoln. Even though they said he's tall, I don't think he's that tall. So I guess they think you're just some sort of runaway or something, or an orphan or something. I'm guessing. You nod in agreement and sit quietly watching the president scribbling some lines on an envelope. After a while he looks up from his writing and you look each other in the eyes. You have a great future, he says abruptly. How can you tell? You ask, by looking at your face. Just by that? Just so. As you're talking, you notice two elaborately dressed men approaching from the end of the car. They whisper a few words to the president. He excuses himself, shakes hands with you, and tells one of his soldiers to see that you're provided for in Gettysburg. When you arrive at Gettysburg, one of the soldiers takes you to a family who welcomes you warmly and agrees to put you up for a while. You'll help them out with their farm. You find it amazing to be living in a time with no cars, radios, televisions, record players, or even telephones. Some of those will be coming pretty soon, though. It's peaceful, at least when there is not a war going on, but you feel homesick. Yeah, I mean, this is the middle of the Civil War. You feel the great future the president predicted for you lies in your own time, and you resolve to find your way back to the Cave of Time. The end. Well then. How was that then? What should we do now then? We could do some more of that if you want. We could see if Stardew wants to work. We could see if Spelunky wants to work. We could do something else entirely. Okay. Let's see if Stardew wants to work. when the game wants to start.
Were these written by the same author?
Good question. Let me check. The Cave of Time was written by Edward Packard, and Through the Black Hole was written by Edward Packard. I wonder if they were all written by Edward Packard. No, they're not. Space and Beyond was written by R.A. Montgomery. So, it was a series of books, Choose Your Own Adventure. They weren't all written by the same person, but as it just so happens, the two that you did today were.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I'm in game.
It's loading. Can you host?
I am hosting.
Oh, 1 second.
Oops. Spirits are neutral.
Well, oh, no. It
No?
doesn't work.
Okay, that's fine. Alrighty. What else could we do? We could play some old-fashioned games, like 20 questions. If we could come up with something sensible, maybe we could do something arty. I don't know. We could obviously carry on with the Choose Your Own Adventure. Would you like to do that? Alright. Let me see. Which ones do I have that aren't by... was it Edward Packard? Oh my goodness. Amazingly, those are the only two I have by Edward Packard, so any other book would be by a different author. So we have Space and Beyond, The Lost Jewels of Nabuti, House of Danger, Secret of the Pyramids, Escape, Trouble on Planet Earth, The Dragon's Den, Journey to Stonehenge. Oh, incidentally, I also have some fighting fantasy books, which are basically the same idea, except they introduce some basic RPG mechanics, like you would, with a pencil and paper, you would like roll, and a die, you would like roll for stats at the start of the game, and then you might have things like combat and stuff like that, and picking up items. So they're basically the same idea, they're just books with adventures in, but there's just slightly more game there. So that's another possibility if that takes your fancy. Oh, so instead of Choose Your Own Adventure, would you like fighting fantasy this time? I'm happy to do that. Do you have a die? Because I do, but it may not be quite the same if I'm rolling and just telling you what you rolled, you know? Not a single die in your home? You could always use an online, like if you just search on the web, dice roll or something like that. I'm sure you could find an online one that would do it for you. Okay. But we're graduating to fighting fantasy then, the slightly more complex one. Is that right? Okay. Let me go grab them. I might just grab the first one because the first one's like kind of iconic. I think it's like, oh, what's it called? It's like the Wizard in the Tower or the Wizard in the Mountain or something like that. I'll tell you the name in a second. But like, Fighting Fantasy #1 is somewhat iconic, so I might just grab that one, and then if you want to do more later, then I'll tell you the whole selection. That was it. The Warlock of Firetop Mountain. I'm gonna need something to write with. So let's find. Where's my Stardew notes? I don't know which book I was using for that. Oh well. I'll use this one. So, fighting fantasy. I'm going to have to reread like the very start of the book so that I actually know how this works, because it's been some time. Before embarking on your adventure, you must first determine your own strengths and weaknesses. You have in your possession a sword and a shield, together with a rucksack containing provisions, food and drink for your trip. You've been preparing for your quest by training yourself in swordplay and exercising vigorously to build up your stamina. To see how effective your preparations have been, you must use the dice to determine your initial skill and stamina scores. On pages 18 to 19 there is an adventure sheet which you may use to record the details of an adventure. On it you will find boxes for recording your skill and stamina scores. You're advised to either record your scores on the adventure sheet in pencil or make copies of the page to use in future adventures. Okay, but how many die are we rolling? It's all very well saying you're rolling die, but for now I will... hang on. I'm going to assume that... oh no, it says here, sorry. It does say after that, skill, stamina and luck. Roll 1 die, add 6 to this number and enter this total in the skill box on the adventure sheet. So do you have you found a web page that has lets you roll die? Yep. So for skill, it's 1d6 plus 6. One d6 plus 6. So you roll one die with 6 sides, and then you add 6 to it. So you've got 10 skill. Quite good. So for stamina, it's 2d6 plus 12. Yep. You roll it twice, add it together, and then you add 12. So 10 plus 12, so 22. That's pretty good. That is a decent roll. For luck, roll 1 die and add 6. So 1d6 plus 6. 2 plus 6. Okay, so that's 8. So you're slightly skillful. You're not very lucky, but you have a lot of stamina. Right. So I'm going to carry on reading what the book says here, so we know what we're doing. For reasons that will be explained below, skill, stamina and luck scores change constantly during an adventure. You must keep an accurate record of these scores, and for this reason you're advised to either write small in the boxes or to keep an eraser handy, but never rub out your initial scores. Although you may be awarded additional skill, stamina and luck points, these totals may never exceed your initial scores, except on very rare occasions when you'll be instructed on a particular page. Your skill score reflects your swordsmanship and general fighting expertise. The higher the better. Your stamina score reflects your general constitution, your will to survive, your determination and overall fitness. The higher your stamina score, the longer you'll be able to survive. Your luck score indicates how naturally lucky a person you are. Luck and magic are facts of life in the fantasy kingdom you're about to explore. Battles. You will often come across pages in this book which instruct you to fight a creature of some sort. An option to flee may be given, but if not, or if you choose to attack the creature anyway, you must resolve the battle as described below. First record the creature's skill and stamina scores in the first vacant monster encounter box on your adventure sheet. The scores for each creature are given in the book each time you have an encounter. The sequence of combat is then: roll the 2 dice once for the creature, add its skill score. This total is the creature's attack strength. Roll the 2 dice once for yourself, add the number rolled to your current skill score. This is your attack strength. If your attack strength is higher than that of the creature, you have wounded it. Proceed to step 4. If the creature's attack strength is higher than yours, it has wounded you. Proceed to step 5. If both attack strength totals are the same, you have avoided each other's blows. Start the attack round from step 1 above. If you have wounded the creature, subtract 2 points from its stamina score. You may use your luck here to do additional damage. See over. I assume that means see the page at the next page. The creature has wounded you, so subtract 2 points from your own stamina score. Again, you may use luck at this stage. See over. Make the appropriate adjustments to either the creature or your own stamina scores, and your luck score if you use luck. See over. Begin the next attack round. Repeat steps 1 to 6. This sequence continues until the stamina score of either you or the creature you are fighting has been reduced to 0. Death. Escaping. On some pages you may be given the option of running away from a battle should things be going badly for you. However, if you do run away, the creature automatically gets in 1 wound on you, subtract 2 stamina points as you flee. Such is the price of cowardice. Note that you may use luck on this wound in the normal way, see below. You may only escape if that option is specifically given to you on the page. Fighting more than one creature. If you come across more than one creature in a particular encounter, the instructions on that page will tell you how to handle the battle. Sometimes you will treat them as a single creature, sometimes you will fight each one in turn. Luck. At various times during adventure, either in battles or when you come across situations in which you could either be lucky or unlucky, details of these are given on the pages themselves. You may call on your luck to make the outcome more favourable. But beware! Using luck is a risky business, and if you are unlucky, the results could be disastrous. The procedure for using your luck is as follows. Roll 2 dice. If the number rolled is equal to or less than your current luck score, you have been lucky, and the result will go in your favour. If the number you roll is higher than your current luck score, you have been unlucky and will be penalised. This procedure is known as testing your luck. Each time you test your luck, you must subtract 1 point from your current luck score. Thus you will soon realise that the more you rely on your luck, the more risky this will become. Using luck in battles. On certain pages of this book you will be told to test your luck and will be told the consequences of being lucky or unlucky. However, in battles, you always have the option of using your luck, either to inflict a more serious wound on a creature you've just wounded, or to minimise the effects of a wound the creature has inflicted on you. If you've just wounded the creature, you may test your luck as described above. If you're lucky you've inflicted a severe wound, it may subtract an additional 2 points from the creature's stamina score. However, if you're unlucky, the wound was a mere graze and you must restore 1 point to the creature's stamina. Instead of scoring the normal 2 points of damage, you have now scored only 1. If the creature has just wounded you, you may test your luck to try to minimise the wound. If you're lucky, you manage to avoid the full damage of the blow. Restore 1 point of stamina, i.e. instead of doing 2 points of damage, it has done only 1. If you're unlucky, you have taken a more serious blow. Subtract 1 extra stamina point. Okay, so with creatures, it's either do 2 more points of damage or do 1 less. With you, it's 1 more or 1 less. Remember that you must subtract 1 point from your own luck score each time you test your luck. Restoring skill, stamina and luck. Skill. Your skill score will change during... your skill score will not change much during your adventure. Occasionally a page may give instructions to increase or decrease your skill score. A magic weapon may increase your skill, but remember that only 1 weapon can be used at a time. You cannot claim 2 skill bonuses for carrying 2 magic swords. Your skill score can never exceed its initial score unless specifically instructed. Drinking the potion of skill, see later, will restore your skill to its initial level at any time. Stamina and provisions. Your stamina score will change a lot during your adventure as you fight monsters and undertake arduous tasks. As you near your goal, your stamina level may be dangerously low and battles may be particularly risky, so be careful. Your haversack contains enough provisions for 10 meals. You may rest and eat only when allowed by the instructions on a page, and you may eat only 1 meal at a time. Eating a meal restores 4 stamina points. When you eat a meal, add 4 points to your stamina score and deduct 1 point from your provisions. A separate provisions remaining box is provided on the adventure sheet for recording details of provisions. Remember, you have a long way to go, so use your provisions wisely. Remember also that your stamina score may never exceed its initial value unless specifically instructed on a page. Drinking the potion of strength, see later, will restore your stamina to its initial level at any time. Luck. Additions to your luck are awarded through the adventure when you've been particularly lucky. Details are given on pages of the book. Remember that as with skill and stamina, your luck score may never exceed its initial level unless specifically instructed on a page. Drinking the potion of fortune, see later, will restore your luck to its initial level at any time, increasing your initial luck increasing your initial luck by 1 point. Okie dokie. Yeah, there's 2 more pages. You'll start your adventure with a bare minimum of equipment, but you may find other items during your travels. You are armed with a sword and are dressed in leather armour. You have a rucksack, haversack, backpack on your back to hold your provisions and any treasures you may come across. You also carry a lantern which lights your way. In addition, you may take 1 bottle of a magical potion which will aid you on your quest. You may choose to take a bottle of any of the following. A potion of skill restores skill points. A potion of strength restores stamina points. A potion of fortune restores luck points and adds 1 to initial luck. Which would you like? So, before you begin your adventure, you're allowed to take 1 potion with you. It can be a potion of skill, which restores your skill points. It can be a potion of strength, which restores your stamina points, or it can be a potion of fortune, which restores your luck and increases your initial luck. Luck? Okay. Okay, I've recorded that. I should also record that you have 10 provisions on you currently. That's your food. These potions may be taken at any time during your adventure. Taking a measure of a potion will restore skill, stamina or luck scores to their initial level, and the potion of fortune will add 1 to your initial luck score before luck is restored. Each bottle of potion contains enough for 2 measures. Either characteristic may be restored twice during an adventure. Each time it is used, make a note on your adventure sheet. Okay, that's important. So you get 2 uses of it. Well then. Remember also that you may only choose 1 of the 3 potions to take on your trip, so choose wisely. In some play, there is one true way There is one true way through the Warlock's dungeon, and it will take you several attempts to find it. Make notes and draw a map as you explore. This map will be invaluable in future adventures and enable you to progress rapidly through to unexplored sections. You are welcome to draw a map if you like. I am just, as I am merely the DM, I am just, or referee or whatever you wish to call me, I shall not be doing so, but I will be keeping a track of all your items and stats and what have you. Not all rooms contain treasure. Many merely contain traps and creatures which you will no doubt fall foul of. There are many wild goose chase passages, and whilst you may indeed progress through the dungeon, you will not take the Warlock's treasure unless you have picked up certain specific items on the way. Several keys will be found in dungeon rooms. Only by arriving at the Warlock's treasure with the correct keys to open his chest will you get to his treasure. You can expect many frustrations in Firetop Mountain. The one true way involves a minimum of risk, and any player, no matter how weak on initial rolls, should be able to get through fairly easily. May the luck of the gods go with you on the adventure ahead. Right, then they have like the sort of inventory screen type thing. I'm just I'm just making a note of everything they have here, so since these are things that I'm going to be recording. I think that's everything. Right, so we know the rules. Now for the game to start properly. Rumours. Only a foolhardy adventurer would embark upon such a perilous quest without first finding out as much as possible about the mountain and its treasures. Before your arrival at the foot of Firetop Mountain, you spent several days with the townfolk of a local village some 2 days' journey from the base. Being a likeable sort of person, you found it easy to get on with the local peasants. Although they told many stories about the mysterious Warlock Sanctuary, you could not feel sure that all, or indeed any, of these were based on fact. The villagers had seen many adventurers pass through on their way to the mountain, but very few ever returned. The journey ahead was extremely dangerous, that you knew for certain. Of those who returned to the village, none contemplated going back to Firetop Mountain. There seemed to be some truth in the rumours that the Warlock's treasure was stored in a magnificent chest with 2 locks, and the keys to these locks were guarded by various creatures within the dungeon. The Warlock himself was the sorcerer of great power. Some described him as old, others as young. Some said his powers came from an enchanted deck of cards, others from the silky black gloves that he wore. The entrance to the mountain was guarded by a pack of warty-faced goblins. Stupid creatures, fond of their food and drink. Towards the inner chamber, the creatures become more fearsome. To reach the inner chambers, you would have to cross a river. The ferry service was regular, but the ferryman enjoyed a good barter, so you should save a gold piece for the trip. The locals also encourage you to take a good map of your wanderings, for without a map, you would end up hopelessly lost within the mountain. When it finally came to your day of leaving, the whole village turned out to wish you a safe journey. Tears came to the eyes of many of the women, young and old alike. You couldn't help wondering whether they were tears of sorrow shed by eyes which would never see you alive again. Now turn over. Okay, I see a picture here, an illustration. It looks quite swampy. There's like a big rock sticking out of what I think is a swamp. There appears to be a giant tree in the background. I think that's what that's supposed to be. I'm not entirely sure. If it is, it's like a tree trunk. There's lots of trees in the... Or there's lots of like... There's trees in the foreground, but they don't look like 100% happy, if that makes sense. I don't think they're dead, but they're not doing brilliantly. I can see some skulls on pikes in the background. I don't know if that worries you. The steep face in front of you looks to have been savaged by the claws of some gargantuan beast. Oh, hang on. Is this a swamp, or is that... Okay, so the steep face in front of you clearly isn't a tree. That must be a cliff face. So there's a cliff face, there's some rocks, skulls and pikes, trees that don't look like they're doing too well. I'm not sure now whether this is supposed to be a swamp or not. We'll just have to see. At last your 2-day hike is over. You unsheath your sword, lay it on the ground and sigh with relief as you lower yourself down on the mossy rocks to sit for a moment's rest. You stretch, rub your eyes, and finally look up at Firetop Mountain. The very mountain itself looks menacing. The steep face in front of you looks to have been savaged by the claws of some gargantuan beast. Sharp rocky crags jut out at unnatural angles. At the top of the mountain you can see the eerie red colouring, probably some strange vegetation, which has given the mountain its name. Perhaps no one will ever know exactly what grows up there, as climbing the peak must surely be impossible. Your quest lies ahead of you. Across the clearing is a dark cave entrance. You pick up your sword, get your feet. Oh, sorry, I apologise. What I thought was a bronc must have been a cave entrance. Like, you know how, like, when you're looking at a picture, sometimes you can't tell if the shading is concave or convex. I think that's what happened here. I thought it was jutting out, but I suppose it's jutting in. Across the clearing is a dark cave entrance, and I'm guessing it's not a swamp then. You're just in some sort of clearing. So I got almost everything wrong, really. There are trees. Across the clearing is a dark cave entrance. You pick up your sword, get to your feet, and consider what dangers lie ahead of you. With determination, you thrust the sword home into its scabbard and approach the cave. You peer into the gloom to see dark, slimy walls, with pools of water on the stone floor in front of you. The air is cold and dank. You light your lantern and step warily into the blackness. Cobwebs brush your face and you hear scurrying of tiny feet. Rats, most likely. You set off into the cave. After a few yards, you arrive at a junction. Will you turn west or east? Okay. The passageway soon comes to an end at a locked wooden door. You listen at the door but hear nothing. Will you try to charge the door down? If so, turn to this page. If you'd rather turn around and go back to the junction, turn to this page. So are you going to charge the door? Goodness. Very spirited. You charge the door with your shoulder. Don't do that. Not your shoulder. That's not how you open doors that are stuck or locked or what have you. You kick them. Your poor shoulder. You charge the door with your shoulder. Roll 2 dice. If the number rolled is less than or equal to your skill score, you succeed. What's your skill? 10. Turn to this page. If the number rolled is greater than a skill, you rub your bruised shoulder and decide against trying again. Turn to this page. Hang on. Less than or equal to. Okay. So you've got to roll 2d6 and you've got a skill of 10. So you want 10 or less. Eight. And last time I checked, 8 is less than 10, so you succeed. The door bursts open and you fall headlong into a room, but your heart jumps as you realise you're not landing on the floor, but plunging down a pit of some kind. Luckily, the pit is not particularly deep and you land in a heap less than 2 meters down. Lose 1 stamina for your bruises, climb out of the pit and into the room, and leave through the door, heading westwards. Turn to this page, okay? So you've lost 1 stamina. So you were on 21, but now you are on... Sorry, you were on 22, I apologise, you are now on 21. I think stamina is being treated in this game as a sort of combined health and fatigue. Health and tiredness. Okay. You sure showed that door. You arrive back at the junction in the passage. You look left to see the cave entrance in the dim distance, but walk straight on. Okay. And now it wants me to turn to another page. There is a right-hand turn to the north in the passage. Cautiously, you approach a sentry post on the corner, and as you look in, you can see a strange goblin-like creature in leather armour asleep at his post. You try to tiptoe past him. Test your luck. If you're lucky, he does not wake up and remains snoring loudly. And turn to this page. If you're unlucky, you step with a crunch on some loose ground, and his eyes flick open. Turn to this other page. And there's a picture of this napping goblin-like creature. They seem to be wearing a helmet with some horns on. Their armour looks leatherish and stitched together, like it's got really big stitches. I mean, they've got a bit of a wrinkly, warty look. Quite a large nose. There's teeth poking up out of their lower jaw. So they've got quite a substantial underbite. They seem to have some sort of like tiara type thing on. I think that's an... What is that next to them? Is that an axe or a spear? They've got some sort of weapon apparently at their feet. And they're sitting on what looks like... Imagine a cave wall that someone has tried to carve a throne into, if that makes sense. Like, it is made out of rock that's just part of the wall, but there's like clearly a seat there that someone has carved. As you look in, you can see a strange goblin-like creature in leather armour asleep at his post. Anywho, you're testing your luck. So I believe you're rolling 2d6 to see if you can get 8 or less, because 8 is your luck. Not ideal. Okay. So, you're unlucky. You step with a crunch on some loose ground, and his eyes flick open. The creature that has just awakened is an orc! He scrambles to his feet and turns to grasp at a rope, which is probably the alarm bell. You must attack him quickly. The orc has a skill of 6 and a stamina of 5, okay? That's alright. Orc. 6 and 5. Rightio, so you enter combat. I believe the first thing to do is for you to roll... Well, you're the one with the... Should I roll for the orc? I guess I should. I'll roll for the orc. Let me grab my dice. You're going to have to roll 2d6 and add your skill, which was 10, if you recall correctly. I'm going to grab my dice, so taking my headphones off for a second. And I'm back. $14. Well, fortunately, this orc only has a skill of 6, I believe. Yes. So, he certainly could roll higher than you, but that's not as bad as it sounds. Because you're significantly more skillful than he is. I need somewhere to roll these into, really. I don't want to... can I find... I'm looking for, like a box or something I could roll it into where they won't get lost. What do I have? What do I have? It's not ideal. I'll just roll them under here, it should be fine. Right. I got a 1 and a 2. So he got a total of 9. 14 is greater than 9, so you wounded him. So, you wounded him. You did... by default that would do 2 damage, but there is this try your luck mechanic. If you wanted to try your luck, then you would be rolling against 7 with 2d6, because your luck is currently at 7. It went down. Your luck would go down again, no matter what. That's what happens when you try your luck. But you could either end up doubling your damage to 4, or you could end up halving it, reducing it to 1, depending upon whether you're lucky or unlucky. So do you want to try your luck to attempt to do more damage, or are you just happy with that 2? Okay, so he was on 5 stamina, now he's on 3. And we go back to the top of the round. So you're rolling 2d6 and I'm rolling 2d6. Well, you're going to be very happy because I rolled 2 ones. So you got 13, he got 8. So once again, it's the same question. Do you want to try your luck, or are you just happy with the 2 damage? Okay, he's down to 1 stamina. He's not having a great day. Okay, so we go back to the top of the round, and we both have to roll 2d6. So 5 plus 10 is 15, whereas I rolled 2 3s. Which makes a total of 12, because obviously he has less skill than you do. So your 15 beat his 12. So he is no more. You have extinguished his existence. Holy Burb! It's lovely to see you. The rain in the background is so nice. Wow, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I've had this scene for a long time, but I barely ever end up using it. Oh, it's me! I've not played FF though. Ah, have you been lurking a while? Or did you recognise what it was? I haven't played Fighting Fantasy in years. If you defeat him, you may continue up the passage. Very generous. So, we will continue from there in a moment. How are you, Holy Burb? How have you been? I've never played Final Fantasy, Fighting Fantasy. That's why I was surprised to see it. Not too bad. How are you? I'm surviving. You know, same old mental health problems, but surviving. Thank you for asking. Where were we? Sorry. To your left, on the west face of the passage, there's a rough-cut wooden door. You listen at the door and can hear a rasping sound, which may be some sort of creature snoring. Do you want to open the door? If so, turn to this page. If you wish to press on northwards, turn to this other page. Okay. Just as a note, I mean, I don't remember the result of these decisions at all, so I can't spoil it for you even if I wanted to. But just as a recap, you were told that you would need to acquire 2 keys to open the treasure chest of the Warlock, which is ultimately what you're trying to do, and that they will be guarded by creatures inside the mountain. So the thing that if I were in this position, the thing that would be going through my head is, could it be that the snoring creature has one of the keys you need, versus, is this just, you know, if you go in there, are you just going to get hurt? Like, are you just going to end up wasting health? So I'm not saying you're making the right decision, I'm not saying you're making the wrong decision, just so I would recap that at that point, that, you know, there can be value in taking certain risks, but that doesn't mean you should always take them. So with all that said, you're pressing on, are you? Or have... Yep, I really don't know. I suspect that the people that made the game, made the book, they were probably thinking in terms of you would like take all the risks at first, but then you would like with your map keep a record of where's worth going and where's not worth going. So then as you play on subsequent attempts, you know which risks are worth taking. But, you know, I don't know. I literally do not know whether this rasping sound is going to lead to something useful or not. Not a clue. Okay. Right. The door opens to reveal a small, smelly room. In the centre of the room is a rickety wooden table on which stands a lit candle. Underneath the table is a small wooden box. Asleep on a straw mattress in the far corner of the room is a short, stocky creature with an ugly, warty face. The same sort of creature that you found asleep at the sentry post. He must be the guard for the night watch. You may either return to the corridor and press on northwards, or creep into the room and try to take the box without waking the creature. If you want to try to steal the box, test your luck. If you are lucky, he does not wake up. If you are unlucky, well, turn to this page. Your luck is currently at 7. So it'll go down by 6, so you're rolling against 7, that's what you've got to roll under with 2d6. I think it's under or equal to. But bear in mind that it also uses up a luck, so then you'll be at 6 after that. Okay? So, you're going to you're trying to get under 7 then, and 2d6. Less than or equal, I think. That's a shame. Rightio. So you're unlucky. The sleeping creature awakens, startled. He jumps up and rushes at you, unarmed. With your sword you should be able to defeat him, but his sharp teeth look rather vicious. You may escape through the door, or stand and fight the orc who is attacking you. He has a skill of 6 and a stamina of 4. If you defeat the creature, you may take the box. So you are allowed to escape if you choose. I don't know what will happen if you try to run away from them, but you know, that is an option that has been presented to you on this page. Or you may stand and fight. Okay. Okie dokie. Orc number 2. 6 skill and 4 stamina. Wonderful. So, top of the round. We both roll our 2d6s, and then we add our skill scores to them. Yours is 10, his is 6. Okay. I have 3 and 3 as well. That means you get 16, and he gets a paltry 12. So, you have wounded him. He goes from 4 to 2, unless you want to press your luck. They don't call it that, do they? They call it test your luck, don't they? Okay. Let's try this again. So back at the top of the round, we're both rolling. Five and 5. So 5 and 5 is going to be 10 plus 6, so 16. Whereas yours is 10 plus, what was it? 7. So you got 17 versus 16. You just about do it. Oh my goodness. It's Avon Raid! Lovely to see you, Avon. I hope you're well. How did the stream go? What have you been up to? Hey Kay, lovely to see you. So defeated, you've extinguished another life, Jazz. I beat another main boss in 9 souls. Oh, well done. Can you remind me which one 9 souls was? I'm pretty sure we've discussed it before, but I'm afraid with my atrocious memory I've forgotten. How are you, Kay? How are you, Avon? You're very welcome. Oh, that's a point. Okay, did get a shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Robert, and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. On this channel, we play old games and we play new games. We play games that require you to think, and we play more actiony games. If you like these sort of cozy streams, I'm usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK time. We're doing something a bit different today. We had Stardew Valley scheduled to play with the wonderful Jazz. The wonderful Jazz. Jazz. There we go. Wonderful. But unfortunately, technical difficulties has thrown a spanner in the works, and so we found ourselves playing Fighting Fantasy. For those that don't know, that's a book series where it's like a role-playing game in a book. That's what we're doing. Chilling, just playing off the grid. Oh, wonderful news. Are you doing more Night Rain? Okay. So Jazz has just slain her second orc of the game so far. No orc has touched her yet. In fact, the only harm she's come to is when she decided to charge a door and discovered, much to her dismay, that on the other side of the door was a pit, and so she immediately fell. Waiting for Avon to download Night Rain. Ooh, that sounds fun. Didn't know Avon had Night Rain. Are you... You're on console, aren't you, Avon? That's a shame. Otherwise, I would raise the possibility of Night Raining together. Right, the story. If you defeat the creature, you may take the box. Wonderful. Let's find out what this box is about. No, she doesn't have it yet, sadly. I believe... I hope it's okay if I say Avon usually goes by they, them, unless they have explicitly said on the day they would rather be referred to as he or she. You may know better than me. It's possible that during Avon's stream, Avon said that they are feeling like a she today, but I just thought I'd point that out. Nine Souls is about Yi, who I think is an anthropomorphized cat going through a Tao-punk world. I don't even know what Tao-punk is. Is that like some sort of Chinese-inspired punk? Like steampunk, but Chinese? World, and eliminating his former colleagues in a bid for both revenge and to right some wrongs of said former colleagues. I've no pronoun preferences today. Oh, my bad, I didn't even realise. Yep, that's absolutely... Well, I mean... I was about to say that's absolutely fine, then of course I realised it's not really my place to say that, but, you know, like... As far as I'm concerned, you know, that's... I have no problems with anything that's been said. I just wanted to raise your awareness of that, that's all. Cyberpunk, but with Taoism. I see. That is a very interesting concept. Maybe I wasn't familiar with Nine Souls then. Oh, as in a cat having 9 lives. I see. Ah. Thanks, Magnifico. But I correct people when they're wrong about my pronouns. Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry if I overstepped. I've noticed quite a few people often attribute pronouns to you which you may not have may not approve of, which is why I usually try and politely raise that fact to their attention. No, the main bosses are called souls. There's 9 of them. Oh, I see. But if you'd rather I not do that, then do let me know. What was I thinking? I was thinking about that box. I've been keeping poor Jazz on the edge of her seat for quite a while now. You leave the room and open the box in the passage. Inside, you find a single piece of gold and a small mouse, which must have been the creature's pet. You keep the coin and release the mouse, which scurries off down the passageway. Gain 2 luck points and turn to this page. Oh, so your luck's back up to 8. That's nice. And I did notice that the game said that you, or rather when I was reading the rules for Fighting Fantasy, it did say about, it did say about gold, but it didn't tell you like any number of gold that you start with, so I assumed you started with 0. Hopefully that's not wrong. Like there was like an area to record gold in like their character sheet, but yeah, I don't think when it was telling you how to set up for the game it told you how much gold you started with. Anyway, so you have 1 gold now, I suppose. That's for Night Rain. Okay, I've told you I'm broke. Oh, even. Rightio. Let's keep going. Where are we going? Right. So I was looking for the page number. Further up the passage along the west wall you see another door. You listen at it but hear nothing. If you want to try opening the door, turn to this page. If you want to continue northwards, turn to another page. That's why I'm waiting. Oh, sorry. Yep. Very adventurous of you. I can see why you've chosen this profession. The door... Hang on. Is that definitely the right one? Yeah. The door opens to reveal a small room with a stone floor and dirty walls. There is a stale smell in the air. In the centre of the room is a makeshift wooden table on which is standing a lit candle. Under the table is a small box. In the far corner of the room is a straw mattress. You may either open the box or leave the room. Okay. You're going to find out what happens then. Again, I don't remember what happens, but just like... reading that now, my initial thoughts are, an unguarded box, eh? This seems a bit good to be true. The box is light, but something rattles inside. You open the lid, and a small snake darts out to bite at your wrist. You must fight the snake. But the snake has a skill of 5 and stamina of 2, so I don't think you're in any great danger. It doesn't... I mean, there's no mention of poison or anything, which would have been my concern with the snake. That's a good point. I thought the snakes that bite are all poisonous, and otherwise they constrict you. Why would a snake that doesn't have any sort of venom... yeah, I mean venomous, not poisonous, don't I? Poisonous means it would poison you if you ate it. Why would a non-venomous snake be biting you? Why the wrist? Don't they usually go for the ankles? Well, she did just open the box, and it said it's a small snake. So what I'm imagining is she's got the box in her hand, she's just pulled open the box, and then this rather disgruntled snake has decided to take a chomp. Okay, top of the round, so we're both rolling our d6s. Oh my goodness, the snakes rolled better than any of the orcs tonight. Okay, well, the snake rolled 10. So 10 plus 5 is 15, whereas your 2 plus 10 is 12. So I'm sorry to say the snake bit you. You are allowed to use the testing your luck thing. That would use up 1 luck. and then you would have to roll under 8. If you succeeded, you would take 1 less damage. If you failed, you'd take 1 more damage. Oh, you want to do that? Okay. Okay, so it would be 2 damage you would be taking. If you succeed here, but you've opted to test your luck instead of take 2 damage. So you're either going to be taking 1 or 3, depending upon your next roll. You have to get 8 or lower. Then, okay, your luck goes down to 7, but you successfully managed to reduce the damage. So you only lose 1 stamina. So you're down to 20. You lost a point when you fell down that pit, and now you've lost another one from the snake bite. Okay, back at the top of the round. Let's go again. Snake rolled 7 plus the 5, so it got 12. And you? So a total of 17 versus a paltry 12. So that snake is no more. Strictly speaking, you could test your luck here, but what would be the point? You've already won. So I'm going to assume you're not going to do that. Poor little snake. Oh, that's absolutely fine. Well then. So, chat, it's just you and me. What did people have for breakfast? As I mentioned earlier, I had porridge with currants and a bit of sugar, demerara sugar. It was nice. Hot pocket. I don't know that I know what that means. What is a hot pocket, sorry? I should stop playing with those clickety-clackety dice. Just pizza, pretty much. Oh, okay. Very nice. What variety of pizza was it, if you don't mind my asking? Pepperoni. Very nice. Quite the decadent breakfast, really. Anyone else? Anyone else want to discuss what they've eaten? What are you having for lunch? I have no idea. I don't know how long the stream's going to go either. I think there's a very... I mean, it's already 6:30 my time and I've only had breakfast, so I suspect the next meal I eat is going to be dinner. And I don't know what that'll be. Very often I end up having soup after I've streamed. I'll get slice up some bread and like heat up a tin of soup. That is, I take the soup out of the tin and heat it up on the hob. Not, I heat up the actual tin of soup. That would be silly. Oh, what type of soup? I have various types. I mean, it's just, again, it's usually just store-bought stuff. Sometimes my father makes soup. He does make rather nice soup, like his sorrel soup. That's really nice. But when it's just store-bought soup, I'll have there's these big soups you can get in the UK, which are actually like halfway to a stew. So you can get like beef, big soup, steak, big soup, lamb, big soup. Those are all very nice. Or like the Heinz soups. You can get like tomato, obviously, vegetable, oxtail, mulligatawny. What else? Chicken noodle, chicken broth, bacon and lentil, pea and ham, Heinz ketchup. Heinz do make ketchup as well. They're quite well known for that. I don't have ketchup very much, but I'm pretty sure we have some Heinz ketchup in the house somewhere. It's time. That is a very, very dramatic statement, okay? What precisely is it time for? Oh, 20 questions. I see. Okay, that's fair enough. Alright. Oh, dearie me. Oh, are you back, Jazz? I mean, we could always, if you, since you're here and you're on voice, we could, you could play along too. We could like alternate the questions we ask or something. Oh, Case says hold a minute, they're lagging. Okay, so 20 questions. One person thinks of something. The way round I've always done it here, as on the stream, is that the viewer picks the thing, but in theory you could do it the other way round. Someone thinks of a thing, then the other person has 20 questions they can ask to guess it. So they have. That is, they have up to 20 questions. If they can guess it in 20 questions, they win. If they can't, then the other person wins. Obviously, the person answering the questions has to be honest, otherwise the game wouldn't work. There's 4 ways they can answer: yes or no, which is what they should be answering most of the time. They could answer like that's not applicable, that doesn't make sense, something like that. That would be if you were completely along the wrong lines, like if you'd really failed to understand what they're getting at, you might ask a question that doesn't make sense. I don't know, if they were thinking of I don't know, say the Amazon rainforest, and you said, does it breathe? The answer's not really yes or no, is it? It just doesn't make sense. So they could answer yes or no. They could answer, that doesn't make sense, that's not applicable, whatever you will. The 4th answer they could give is I don't know, which is fair enough. They may just not know the answer to a question. If they answer I don't know, then that doesn't count against the 20 questions you can ask. Because it wouldn't be very fair if you asked like 19 questions and they just said I don't know, and you had 1 question left or something like that. That's basically how it works. If Kay's ready and has thought of something, I was thinking that and she's happy with this, I was thinking we could make this a bit more of a group activity, and perhaps I could ask a question and then you could ask a question, and jointly we have to try and get it in 20. Is that alright with you, Kay? I know you're back. We'll see if she responds. If for whatever reason we don't hear from her for a short while, then we'll just carry on with the adventure. Yeah, okay. I don't think she's responding right now, but that's what I propose we do once she's back. For now, let's carry on. Where was I? Oh, they've even got a picture of the snake in the little box. It is quite a small box. It looks like it's imagine you put your 2 hands together. That's about the size of the base of the box. That gives you an idea. It looks... I mean, the outside of the box, I'm not sure what it's made out of. It honestly could be snake skin or something. It's got like a... it looks very patterned to the outside of the box, but it doesn't look woven. The inside of the box appears to be... It looks like it's lined with velvet or something. It looks very... really, like, quite a expensive little box, I would suggest. And I'm not sure what the snake itself was resting on. I think that might be like some velvet cloth or something. I'm not sure. It looks like it's like the twisting body of the snake looks like it's resting. What I'm getting is, it looks like there's bits of the inside that are over it and bits of it that's on top of it. It looks like it's sort of woven into whatever it is, and so I'm guessing that's like a cloth or something, that it's like a bedding, velvet bedding or something. Anyway, let's carry on. So you kill the snake, poor thing. Doesn't look very happy with you. Rightio. The box has fallen to the ground during a fight with the snake. Sorry, the box has fallen to the ground during a fight with the snake, and out of it has fallen a bronze-coloured key with the number 99 carved into it. Oh, very nice. I wonder if that's one of the keys you need. That would be nice. Note it on your equipment list. Already done that. And leave the room. Add 1 luck and turn to this page. Oh, so you get your luck back. That's nice. I was debating whether it was worth you using the testing your luck there, because you know you'd only be at most saving yourself 1 stamina point and you'd be losing a luck to do it, but looks like you chose very well. Clearly you are the superior strategist here. I'll quickly post a message to Kay. Let me know when you're back and we'll begin. Wonderful. Rightio. Where were we? So you've acquired this key and you're leaving the room. Further up the passage on the west wall, you see another similar door. You listen at the door and grimace to hear the worst singing you have ever heard in your life. Do you want to go into the room to investigate this hideous din, or walk on up the passageway? Oh, had to restart my Wi-Fi, but I'm back, I think. Oh, okie doke. See, Kay, what I was suggesting is, since we have the lovely Jazz with us, we could do 20 questions, but Jazz and I could alternate asking the questions. So, like, I could ask the first question, she could ask the second, I could answer the third, and so on. Does that sound alright to you? You can't hear Jazz? What, really? Don't tell me she's been silent this entire stream. Could you speak, Jazz? Oh my goodness. Wait, so people have been listening this whole time and they haven't been able to hear you? Why can't they hear you? I can't believe people have been sticking around this long. Like, wow. Um. Oh, that's tragic. Okay. I think I've figured out what went wrong. Um. Okay, they should be able to hear you now. Try talking.
Hello, I'm saying something again to test if I'm audible.
I thought they were muted on purpose. No, that was absolutely not supposed to happen. Oh dear. Oh, that is such a major mess up. Okay, well, it's fixed now. As far as I can tell. I can hear her now. Wonderful.
Okay. Oh well.
Sorry about that, everyone. Right. So, do you have something in mind, Kay? You do? Okay, I'll begin. Is it an animal? No. Okay.
Do mythical creatures count as animals? Because then I would ask if it's a human.
I would say, personally, that animal would include mythical creatures and it would include human beings. Like, being an animal would mean it's, not a plant, not a mineral, not a fungi.
Yeah. Oh well, is it alive?
No. Okay, it's not alive. Is it a mineral? So, that would be a fossil, iron ore, anything like that. It's not. Okay.
Could it? Well, that's tough. I want to say something like, is it larger than a house? But who's to say how large a house is? Like a house can be very different sizes, so that's a bit silly to ask. How do I like gauge the size?
You could say something like, it depends how exact you want it to be. You could just say, like, is it larger than a normal house, or like a house with 4 bedrooms or something like that, if you wanted to narrow it down a bit. I mean, I suppose you could be much more precise than that if you wanted. Like, is it larger than like so many cubic meters or something?
Yeah. Well, okay, let's just say, is it larger than an average family house?
No. Is it tangible? It means, can it be touched? Is it something that's, like, physically there? So light wouldn't be tangible, but, neither would a concept. It is tangible. Okay. So we're looking at something that's not alive, it's not larger than a house, but it is tangible.
Is it an item that you would commonly find in your own house?
Yes. Okay. Is it man-made? If it's in my house, then yes. It is man-made. Okay. So we're looking for an object that is tangible, is smaller than... is tangible, you would find in a house, and is man-made.
Sorry, just for reference, what would be a thing that is not man-made?
Well, because we'd already established it was in the house, that made it less likely that it... that made it quite likely it would be man-made, but of course, you know, like a rock wouldn't be.
Right.
I suppose for something in a house, like something like flowers, for example, or
Yeah.
what else might you have? You could argue milk isn't.
Right. Okay, then is it a kitchen appliance or something from the kitchen?
Those seem
What
like two
those?
different questions.
Yeah,
Which one?
those were. Okay, would I find this in a kitchen?
In a kitchen? No. Hmm. Oh, it's a Pikachu raid. We're blessed. Welcome in, Pikachu. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Robert, and this is the El Magnifica Games channel. On this channel, we play old games and we play new games. We play games that require you to think, and we play more actiony games. If you enjoy these cozy sort of streams, then I'm usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK time. Today's a bit different though. We're going to be playing Stardew Valley with the wonderful Jazz.
Hello, yes, that's me.
There she is. But we were having technical difficulties, and so we started playing Fighting Fantasy, which we'll be getting back to in a moment, which is an RPG in a book. But right now we're playing 20 Questions with Kay, because she redeemed that. How did the stream go, Pikachu? You have indeed raided. Pikachu was talking about... Wait, what? That's not very nice. Up there. Welcome in, Brandon. Welcome in, Ruben. How did it go? How far did you get, Pikachu? Ah, he's kidding, I see. What were we up to? In a kitchen, no. If you wouldn't find it in a kitchen, it's probably not food. Is it electronic?
Wait, did he say? Did they say it's man-made or no?
They said it was man-made.
Okay.
It is electronic. Okay. You should know by now never to take me seriously, El Magnifico. I guess I'm just a very trusting person. And you betrayed that trust, Brandman. I'm teasing you. Yeah, how'd it go, Pikachu? How far'd you get? A goofball indeed. So it's Jazz. Your question.
Yes, I wanted to ask if it is a mobile phone.
I got to inside the zoo. Oh, well done. It's not a mobile phone. Okay. No, that is good. It took a long time to get into the zoo. Yeah, I can imagine. So that means you've already already encountered the King of the Swingers and Jungle VIP then. Like the whole stream was going down the mountain, being pummeled by the orange baboon at the entrance. That's the one. And even longer to get out. I show Sid mercy. Do you mean you snuck past them? So, it's not a mobile phone, but it is electronic. It is found in a house. Not found in a kitchen. Maybe. Does it have a... I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Does it have a... Is it normally computerized? So, like a TV would be, for example. Nowadays, TVs would have computers in them. But like, a watch... Not... You could have a smart watch that is, but, you know, a watch typically not. Is it typically computerized? Be back later, raiding and running. Okie dokie Pikachu. You think? Do you want to say I don't know? You could say yes, or you could say I don't know. Say I don't know. Okay, in which case, that's fine. But that question doesn't count then, so I get to ask another. Trying to think what sort of devices you would you're likely to have. Is it something you would spend a lot of time looking at? Give me the points. Yes, it is something you'd spend a long time looking at. Okay, over to you, Jazz. So, we've determined that it's not a mobile phone, but it is something you'd spend a long time looking at.
Well, that sounds very much like a TV, but I am just for safety reasons gonna ask, is it something that you can easily carry with one hand?
Was that a... For me, yes. I assume that for me, yes. Or in general. I think it was an in general question. I was going to say, I assume the for me, yes is a, would be because you have a particularly small one of these things, not because you have particularly large and strong hands. I don't know.
Is it something an average person could easily carry?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if they've got like a tiny TV or something. Because you can get handheld TVs.
Well,
But, so what answer are you going with for the, can you carry with one hand? Can you easily carry with one hand? Are you sticking with the yes, or are you changing it? I can carry a car. Yes, the average person can carry this with one hand. Okay. That's, I think that's careful wording. Because again, that doesn't rule out the possibility that they've got like a tiny TV or something. I'm guessing that you own one of these, because you've already said that you can carry it with one hand. So my question is going to be, is your one unusually small? Yes. Okay.
okay. Oh well.
Have a lovely look, Brenman.
Would this thing be rather found in a living room rather than a bathroom?
Hang on. It should normally it be a yes or no answer. So
Well, yeah, you can say yes, it's more commonly found in the living room, right? It's
okay.
technically still yes or no.
So is it more common in a living room?
Yes.
Yes. Well. It depends on preference. I'm thinking quite strongly that. Oh, you're going to say I don't know. Okay, if you say I don't know, which is fair enough, that means Jazz gets another question.
Oh. Oh well, I'm running out of ideas, honestly.
We know it's something that people will spend a long time watching.
Right, right.
And people don't usually watch things for very long times in the bathrooms, as far as I'm aware.
True. Well,
I think they've got like a mini TV or something.
okay, is it a mini TV?
No. Okay. Um, like a tablet, maybe? Is it a tablet? Oh, we're on 15, by the way. So we're getting close to our limit of 20. After this is over, please correct me if I lied on a question. No. It's not a tablet. Okay, back to you, Jazz. So they've got an unusually small one. It's something you would tend to watch for a long period of time. It's not a TV. It's not a mobile phone. It's not a tablet.
Is it a computer, like a, yeah, just like a PC?
Is it a PC? No. What would you look at for a long time which isn't a PC, mobile phone, TV, or a tablet, but is electronic? Uh, well, they said you wouldn't usually find them in the kitchen, so it's not like some microwave that you're staring at longingly. um. I suppose there's a you could quibble about what look at for a long time counts as. I suppose it could be like a watch or something. Have we ruled that out? But then they said theirs is unusually small. I feel like there was no hints. There are rules about the rules that we all follow. It's part of the game. They said theirs was unusually small, and it was kind of like, even though this is going beyond the questions themselves, it was kind of implied that a normal person wouldn't be able to carry one of these around. Like, sorry, except for the fact that theirs was especially small. It's electronic. Ah, do you play video games on it? I'm thinking it might be something like a Switch or a Game Boy or something.
That's
Like,
what I was thinking, but do they have a, like, can they be smaller than usual?
yep, that was a question. Can you play video games on it? Yes. Ah, we're getting somewhere. Right. This is going to be the 18th question, so we're really going to have to solve this quickly now. But I don't mean rush. I don't mean we could take our time in thinking of the right questions, but like we don't have many. We have 3 more questions we can ask, and we have to get it in that. Um,
Is it my turn?
yep, 18. You get the 18th question.
All right. Is the console or whatever it is handheld, or is it more like, oh, well, that's 2 questions again. Is it handheld as opposed to a PS4 or something like that?
So, are you asking, is it a handheld console?
Yes, something like a Nintendo 3DS or
It is, yes.
or something. Okay.
I'd like to narrow it down more, but we just don't have many guesses left. I think we're just gonna, you and I are both gonna have to, like, make one guess at what it could be and just hope we get it.
Okay.
The thing is, like, the Switch is the obvious thing to pick, but I don't know. It could be a Game Boy. Could be any number of things. Could be a PSP. Is it a Nintendo Switch? Well, what do those eyeballs mean? Yes, I asked the question. Is it a Nintendo Switch? No. Oh no.
Oh well.
This is our last question.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask if it's a Game Boy.
Is it a Game Boy? No. Oh, we lose. Well, no more questions because we didn't get it, but I'm now thinking maybe it was a PSP. What else could it be? What other handheld consoles are there? We got so close. PS Vita. Steam Deck. Steam Deck's a likely one, isn't it? Okay, Kay, you win. I feel like I threw you off when I said the average person can't carry it. Oh, did you say can? I thought you said could. I was thinking of like kids. Interesting. I mean could. So what was it then? You've defeated us. You've humbled us with your superior intellect. It was a PS Vita. I feel like if we'd got onto the handheld console thing earlier, we'd have got that. It was just that by the time we worked that out, we didn't have many questions left. Oh well. you enjoy that, Kay? And did you enjoy that, Jazz?
I did, yeah, it's fun.
Well done, Kay. Right, where were we in the story? There was a snake, wasn't there? I felt like... Oh yeah, there was that door. That was quite fun. Where was it? Further up the passage on the west wall, you see another similar door. You listen at the door and grimace to hear the worst singing you have ever heard in your life. Do you want to go into the room to investigate this hideous din, or walk on up the passageway?
No, I'll keep going.
You keep going, okay. You eventually arrive at the end of the passage, a freeway junction. You may either turn to the west or to the east.
I'll go east again.
East, okie doke. You arrive at another junction in the passage. You may either go northwards or continue eastwards.
North.
Okay. Yep, that's the right place. You see a well-used door on the right hand, east, side of the passageway. With your ear to the keyhole, you listen and hear a man screaming for help from inside. You open the door or walk on?
I'll open it.
Jolly nice of you. The door is locked. You may try to charge it down by rolling 2 dice. If the number rolled is equal to or less than your skill score, the door bursts open. Turn to 36. If the number is greater than your skill score, the door remains locked. You lose 1 stamina point for your bruised shoulder, and must progress up the passage.
Here, I'll try.
Okay. So, 2d6, you want 10 or lower.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I got 3 and 1, so 4.
Very nice, that's less than 10. The door bursts open. The locked door bursts open and a nauseating stench hits your nostrils. Inside the room, the floor is covered with bones, rotting vegetation and slime. A wild-haired old man, clothed in rags, rushes at you screaming. His beard is long and grey, and he is waving an old wooden chair leg. Is he simply insane as he appears, or has this been some kind of trap? You may either shout at him to try to calm him down. Okay, I'm not sure how that's supposed to work, but still. Or draw your sword and attack him. And there's a picture here, and you can see there's on this. It's stone. Everything's made out of stone blocks. The ceiling appears to have some sort of vegetation growing down from it. Looks like there's actually a hole in the ceiling. Almost like maybe this is somewhere where people have been dumping their rubbish. On the floor, it's absolutely covered with all sorts of detritus, including plenty of skulls and what looks like slime, as it said. Inside the room, the floor is covered with bones, rotting vegetation and slime. And there's a chain on the wall, but nothing seems to be chained up. And the old man, who looks rather wild, seems to be holding up a old chair leg like a club, and it looks like he's jumping at you. So what do? Do you try to calm him down by shouting at him, or draw your sword and attack him?
Yeah, I'll yell at him, why not?
Okay. You shout, "You are freed, old man," at the top of your voice. Actually, since that's your voice, do you want to exclaim, "You are freed, old man"?
That's alright.
Instantly, his ranting cease. He stops dead in his tracks and sinks to the floor, weeping loudly. As he gradually composes himself, he thanks you many times. You talk with him in the hope of discovering some of the secrets of the mountain, and he begins to tell his story. Many years ago, he was an adventurer like you, in search of the warlock's treasure. He was captured by the orcs and thrown into his solitary cell as a sort of pet for the creatures. You ask whether he would like to accompany you into the mountain, but he simply wants to leave and see the world again. You ask him for advice, but he says he knows little. He advises you to pay your respects to the boatman. He tells you that you must pull the right-hand lever on the wall ahead to open the iron gate at the end of the passage. He has also learned that the keys to the boathouse are guarded by a man and his dog. You shake hands, leave the room, and go to your separate ways. Add 1 luck. Well, you're already on maximum luck, so I'm afraid that does nothing, but still.
Okay.
If you have notes, you may want to take note of that you must pull the right-hand lever on the wall ahead to open the iron gate at the end of the passage, and that the keys to the boathouse are guarded by a man and his dog. Because those are the 2 things he's told you.
Okay.
Where were we? Further up the passage, you see a door in the east wall. You listen hard, but hear no sound. Do you want to open the door to investigate? If so, turn to this page. If you want to walk further up the passage, turn to this other page. Back for a few while making lunch. Ooh, what's for lunch?
I think I'll go in.
You're going in the door? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Kay? Is there supposed to be gameplay? Only in the theatre of your mind. As I say, we had Stardew Valley planned for today, but we were having technical difficulties. Quesadilla, strawberry, grapes, and carrots. I'm not sure what the first one is. Unless by gameplay you mean game mechanics, in which case yes, because when there's combat and so on, there's dice rolling. So it's like you listen hard and do you want to open the door? The door is firmly locked. You may try to force it open, or you may continue along the corridor. It doesn't say anything about charging the door this time, it just says you may force it open. I'll try to.
Yes, I'll try that.
Okay. You charge the door. Okay, you do charge the door then. Hitting it squarely with your shoulder. Again, not the way to open the door. Roll 2 dice. If the number rolled is equal or less than your skill score, the door opens. If the number exceeds your skill score, the door shudders but does not budge, and you wince in pain as you hit the door. Use 1 stamina point and continue up the corridor. So you need to roll again.
Okay.
Quesadillas are tortillas with cheese inside and cooked on a stove. That does sound nice, I have to say. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm mispronouncing it though. Right, so 2d6.
Right, I got 4 and 5, so 9 in total.
9, and your skill is 10, so you're under it. Wonderful. The door splits along its length, and you wrench the timbers apart to let yourself in. My goodness me, Jazz. I had no idea. A torch hangs from one wall, lighting up a small armoury room stocked with swords, shields, helmets and daggers, breastplates and the like. You examine the weaponry and find nothing appearing superior to your own sword. However, a circular iron shield with a golden crescent at its centre catches your eye. You pick it up and feel its weight on your arm. If you wish to take this shield, it will aid you in battles by helping to fend off wound damage inflicted by creatures on you. If in future during a battle in which you are using this shield, a creature wounds you, you may throw 1 die. If you throw a 6, the creature inflicts 1 point of damage instead of the normal 2. If for some reason the creature would normally only inflict 1 point of damage, then the successful roll of 6 would mean that no damage is done. However, the shield is heavy, and you'll have to leave behind 1 item of equipment, just your equipment list, to be able to carry it. I assume the only item you've got is that key you got earlier. The game didn't specifically say whether your starting sword and shield counted, but I'm assuming they don't. Because like nowhere did it indicate that you write those down.
Right.
Quesadilla. Tortilla. I see, quesadilla. Burritos? No. Oh man. Mamma mia. It's not wrapped, it's folded and pan fried, flat and crispy. Sounds delicious. Although interesting that you're making them with strawberries, grapes and carrots. All very sweet things. And you say it's got cheese inside, so it's like... It's sweet and cheese. It's probably very nice. Anyway, so you have a choice. You have this shield that would be able to protect you from damage 1 in 6 times, but presumably you'd have to give up your bronze key to take it.
Yeah, I won't be picking it up.
That's fair. And I can see a picture of the armory. Imagine like a perfectly cuboid room, made out of stone, I think. On the wall that's opposite you, so opposite the doorway, the one with the door that you split open, there's a torch, and beneath that you can see the shield with the crescent on it hanging. And then along all the walls you just see loads of equipment that's just been laid alongside it. Loads of armour, loads of weapons, just all lying against the wall. A torch hangs from one wall, lighting up a small armoury room stocked with swords, shields, helmets, daggers and the like. Not together. Those ones are on the side. Oh right, so you're having the quesadilla on its own, and then you're like, what, having the strawberries, grapes and carrots as a dessert or something? Are you... What's that, Pikachu? Do you mean... You keep hearing something. Is that the fire? You now leave the room and continue up the corridor. Turn to such and such a page. Okay. On the east wall of the passage you see another door, this time made of solid metal. Listening at the door you hear the sound of tortured screams coming from within. If you wish to try opening the door, turn to this page. If you decide to ignore this room and continue up the corridor, turn to this other page.
Yeah, I want to go in it.
Okay. So you try opening the door.
Do I have to roll?
It doesn't say so yet. The door is not locked and opens. The room in front of you seems to be a small torture chamber with various torture devices around the walls. In the centre of the room, 2 small hunchbacked creatures are having their fiendish way with a dwarf who is tied to a hook in the ceiling by his wrists. The 2 hunchbacks are poking and cutting him viciously with their swords. The dwarf lets out a final scream and falls silent, eyes closed. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
What a scene! His captors make disappointed noises and look round angrily at you as if it were your fault that the dwarf has collapsed. You must act quickly, will you? Close the door quickly and continue up the corridor. Draw your sword and try to fight the creatures, or stride over to the dwarf, give him a jab with your sword, and put on an evil laugh for the torturers.
Okay.
What do you do, Jazz?
I think I'm just gonna leave.
Just gonna close the door.
Yeah.
Pretend you weren't there. Oops, sorry. Crackling firewood, the rain and fire are making me sleepy. Well, hopefully it's pleasant. As long as you're having a good time. You arrive at the end of the passage, where it meets another going east-west. But an iron portcullis blocks your way, and no amount of charging is going to budge it. On the wall to your right are 2 levers, and it seems likely these levers have something to do with raising the portcullis. Do you wish to pull the right lever or the left lever?
Yeah, okay. I'll pull the right one.
Okay. That's what the old man said, wasn't it?
Yes.
Have you considered the possibility that he either lied or doesn't know what he's talking about?
Well, I did not, but I'll do it anyway.
You hear a deep rumbling noise and the ground begins to shudder. Slowly and noisily, the portcullis rises into the ceiling. You may now walk to the junction. Will you turn west or east?
East.
Okay. Cautiously, you creep along the passageway. After a short time, it turns sharply to the north. At the corner, there is a bench of solid wood, and above the bench a sign reads, "Rest ye here, weary traveller. Here you may stop and eat provisions if you wish." Or continue. So provisions was a way to... I'd have to double check exactly what the rules were, but I believe it helps you recover health, and you have 10 provisions in your inventory. Let me check what the provisions rules were. You may rest and eat only when allowed by the instructions on a page, and you may eat only one meal at a time. Restores 4 stamina points. You're currently 2 stamina points down. So you have 10 provisions. You're allowed to eat 1 now if you want. And each provision would restore up to 4 stamina, but you're only down 2.
Oh, does it have like any negative consequences if I do that?
Not that, other than losing the provision. So you basically got 10 meals in your rucksack.
Yes, but it doesn't. Yeah, if it doesn't have, then I'll eat it. Yeah, sure.
I would note, again,
Yes.
I don't remember what the consequences of this is. I would note that it does actually send you to a different page depending upon whether you eat it or not. I don't know what the significance of that is. Maybe maybe the page where you eat it just says you have a delicious meal. You're so glad that you packed that quesadilla with those strawberries, carrots, and grapes. And then it takes you to the same page as if you just continued, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it says while you're enjoying your lunch, an ogre walks up and smashes you on the head. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it does sound a bit odd.
Yeah.
I'll do it anyway.
Okay.
I'll do it. Yeah.
So that means your stamina goes back up to full. You're feeling nice and rested, but your provisions go down by 1. So you're on 22 stamina, but only 9 provisions now.
Okay.
Bedtime story time. Oh, sorry, bedtime story stream. Alright. So, where are we going? That page. As you sit on the bench and eat your food, you begin to feel deeply relaxed, and the aches from your body seem to be soothing themselves away. This resting place is enchanted. You may restore 2 additional stamina points as well as a normal amount, but only if this does not exceed your initial stamina score, and restore 1 skill point if it has been lost. When you are ready to continue, move along the passage and turn to this page. And I think that is... I don't have the other page to check, but I think that is the same page it was sending to you anyway. So it was an enchanted resting spot. You don't have the capacity to restore any more stamina because you're on max, and you're also on max skill. But there you go.
Okay.
I'm sure it's still very pleasant though.
Do you think?
I could do
Sorry.
it. I said I'm sure it's very pleasant though. I could do with an enchanted resting spot. 15-minute nap. 15-minute nap. Let's go. Is Veezy going to be streaming Night Rain? Sorry. What were you going to say, Jazz?
That's alright. I wanted to ask if you think that. I mean, I don't know how long this story is gonna be in total. Do you think we'll get through that?
I don't know. I don't. How long do you have?
I'd say about until 9 p.m. maybe. Is that alright?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
fine. Oh,
Sorry.
hang on, your time. You are an hour ahead of me, so that's half an hour?
Yes. Is that alright?
I mean, if that's when you need to go, that's when you need to go. I would be much more confident that we would finish this in an hour and a half than half an hour, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. All right. I wouldn't mind just continuing this next Friday.
Could do. What, rather than Stardew Valley?
We could do just the rest of it and then Stardew Valley after too.
Mm-hmm. Okie doke. Streaming? I don't think so. I'm going to play with him, but I doubt anyone will stream. Good old play session. Right, where were we? You arrive at another junction in the passageway. If you would like to turn westwards, turn to this page. If you wish to go east, turn to this other page. So it's another east and west.
And go east again.
East it is. After a few meters, you reach another freeway junction. You may either go northwards or eastwards.
North? Oh
Okay.
wait, sorry, no.
No?
No, okay. I'm a bit. I keep going east. I feel like I keep going east too much.
I don't
No,
know.
go north.
I don't know where the warlock keeps his treasure.
Right.
So, your decision?
North.
North?
Yes.
Okay. North it is. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. The passage ahead ends at a sturdy door. You listen but hear nothing. You try the handle, it turns and you enter the room. As you look around, you hear a loud cry from behind you and swing round to see a wild man leaping towards you wielding a large battle axe. He is a mad barbarian and you must fight him. So you're fighting a barbarian. Congratulations.
Thank you.
He has 7 skill and 6 stamina. So he's not that much more dangerous than the other creatures you fought, but he is. He is definitively the most dangerous thing you've come up against yet.
Right.
Well, while you're all playing Night Rain, I'll be embracing my nerdy side of Minecraft. Rightio. Are you ready? Have you got
Yeah.
your virtual dice at your
Yes.
virtual fingertips?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, right. I'll roll 2. He got a 1 and a 4, so that's 5 plus his skill, which is 7, so he got 12.
Okay, I have 2 and 2, 4 in total.
So you've got a skill of 10, that gives you 14 versus his 12. So you wound him. Do you want to test your luck to see if you can do some additional damage?
No.
Okay, so he goes down from 6 to 4 stamina.
Alright.
Building a tribute to Tato in Minecraft, indeed. Right, start the next round.
Yes.
Oh, he rolled well. Actually, not that well. Moderately well, not really well. He got a 5 and a 3. So that's going
Right.
to be 8 plus 7, so he got a 15.
Okay, I rolled very bad. I have 2 and 1.
That's 3, so that's plus 10, so 13. 13 is less than 15, I'm sorry to inform you.
That's okay.
So I'm afraid he wounds you. You could test your luck to see if he could reduce that. You'd have to roll an 8 or lower, and it would use up some of your luck. But if you succeeded, you'd only take 1 point of stamina damage instead of 2.
No, I won't do that.
Okay? You're just going to take the 2.
Yeah.
Okay? Yep, trying to figure out the block palette I want to use. Catch you guys later. Have a good rest of your stream. Okie dokie, Pikachu. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. Okay, you're down to 20 health then. Or 20 stamina, I should say. So you've both wounded each other once. Back at the top of the round then.
Alright.
Oh my goodness, he has rolled well this time. Genuinely well. We got 2 5s, so he got a 17.
I got 2 3s.
So that's 6 plus 10, so 16, and his 17 is sadly greater than 16.
Oh well.
So I'm afraid he wounds you again. Would you like to test your luck to see if you can reduce that?
No.
Okay, you're down to 18 then. You were at 22, now you're at 18. Your stamina, I mean. He's still at 4. Alright, back to the top of the round. Let's try again. He rolled less well this time. He got a 6 plus his 7, so he's got a 13.
Okay. 2 and 3 is what I rolled.
So that's 5 plus your 10 makes it a 15. And 15 beats 13, so you wound him. Would you like to press your luck to see if you can increase it? If you succeeded, that would take him straight out. But if you failed, it would do less damage. So
Yeah, I'll try it.
you're gonna test your luck.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So in one attempt, you roll 2d6. You need an 8 or lower.
Okay. Okay. I rolled 4 and 5.
Well, I'm sorry to say then that he only takes what is a glancing blow, and he only takes 1 point of damage. So he's now on 3. That's a shame for your first high roll in a while.
Yeah.
Okay,
True.
back at the top of the round. He rolled 2 2s. That's a 4 plus his 7 makes it an 11.
Okay, I rolled 2 and 4.
Okay, you've got 16. So you wound him again. That would do 2 damage. You could test your luck to see if you could increase it to 4.
No.
No? Okay. Right, he's on 1. He's on 1 right now. If you can wound him once more, he's out. Back at the
Okay.
top of the round.
I got 4 and 4. It's 18.
Oh, very nice. He got a 1 and a 4, so that's going to be 12 total. What did you get?
4 and 4, so 18.
So 18. And 18 beats 12. So you've extinguished another life. That's the 4th life you've extinguished today.
Oh well.
2 orcs, a snake, and a barbarian. Still, the barbarian actually put up quite the fight, didn't they? Took 4
Yeah.
of your precious stamina points away from you.
Those are bad rolls, yeah.
It happens. So, there is a door in the north wall opposite. Hang on. Does this... Oh, I apologise. I just went straight into combat. You would have actually had the opportunity to escape if you'd wanted. Would you have done that?
I don't. Probably not, honestly.
Okay. Because I failed to reveal that to you, I would obviously have allowed the retcon. If you'd... Even though, of course, you now know what would have happened, I would have let you go back and change that, if that's what you think you would have done.
I don't think so.
Okay. If you defeat the barbarian, turn to this page, okay? Sorry, I just saw the stat block for the creature and I just thought, well, so combat's begun. I didn't think that there would be any text after it which was relevant, but I was wrong.
That's alright.
A search of the room reveals nothing of any value, although an old box in the corner contains a wooden mallet and 5 short stumps of wood, sharpened at one end. You may take these if you wish.
That would make sense, right?
Up to you. Do you want a
I
mallet?
kinda don't want to, even though I think it, like, from the story perspective, it does make sense. But I think I'll pass on that, honestly.
You will? Okay.
Yeah.
And you can now leave through the door in the north wall.
Yes.
The door opens into a short corridor which ends several meters ahead at another door, similar to the one you've just come through. You listen and hear nothing. You try the handle and it turns, allowing you into another room of similar size, but this room is splendidly decorated, with polished marble floor and rough walls painted white. On each of the 4 walls hangs a painting, and there's another door in the north wall. You can either go straight through the room, or you may stop to look at the paintings.
Yeah, look at the painting.
This room is splendidly decorated with a polished marble floor and rough walls painted white. And yeah, there are paintings on the wall, and I can see quite long, gaunt faces. One of them has a long beard. I think they all look like older men. I think, not necessarily elderly, but older. So you look at the paintings, rightio. The paintings are portraits of men. Your spine shivers as you read the nameplate under one of the west wall. It is that of Zagor, the warlock whose treasure you are seeking. You look at his portrait and realise you are pitting yourself against an awesome adversary. You have the feeling that you are being watched and notice the piercing eyes following you as you move. You find yourself drawn towards his portrait and your fear rises. Lose 1 skill point. Blimey.
Okay.
Lose 1 skill point. Do you have the courage to try to combat the warlock? You may either leave through the north door straight away, but treat this as an escape, or you may look through your pack for a weapon to use against the warlock's power.
I'll do that. I mean, look for a weapon.
It does say through your pack. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. I wonder if it comes down to whether you picked up a certain item, and if you don't have that item, things turn badly. But I don't know. I don't know. Hello, Kay.
I'll go, Mark.
Okay. Right. You try various items of your equipment against the gaze of the painting, but none seem to work. You may try any of the following if you have them. Slash the painting with your sword, hold a jewel up in front of it, plunge a wooden stake into it, throw cheese at it.
Okay. But I only have the sword, right?
Yep.
Then I'll do that.
Okay. Your sword flies out of your hand into the air, and you must leap aside as it comes down on you. It grazes your cheek as it falls. Lose 1 stamina point. You decide you'd better leave the room. Pick up your sword and turn to this page. Lose 1 more skill point in fear of the warlock's power. This has not gone well for you.
Well, alright.
So you're down to 8 skill, and your health has gone down to 17, I believe.
Okay.
You took 4 damage from the barbarian and 1 from the sword, your own sword. Okay. You open the door into a narrow passage and follow it northwards. Some meters up the passageway it turns east, then turns to the north. However, at the second bend there is a small alcove in the rock. There seems a convenient hiding place, and a large rock forms a comfortable seat. You may stop here and eat provisions if you wish. When you've rested, continue northwards. Would you like to eat provisions?
Yes.
Okay. That'll get you your 4 stamina back, but I'm sorry to inform you that this one is not enchanted, so you do not recover any of your lost skill points.
Okay.
Which is a pity, but there it is. So you're down to 8 provisions. Rightio. Where to next? That page. The passageway ends in another wooden door, this time a small one with a carved bone handle. You listen but hear nothing coming from the inside. You try the handle and the door opens into a pear-shaped room with a rough stone floor, making walking across it somewhat awkward. In one corner of the room is a pile of rubble, mainly stone and dust. But there are also two odd-shaped pieces of wood and a length of rope. The door in the north wall leads on. Will you examine the bits of wood, study the length of rope, leave through the north door?
I'll study the wood.
Okay, study the wood it is. Both pieces of wood are Y-shaped and smooth, as if washed up from a river. You may put these in your pack and then either leave through the north door or stay and examine the rope. If you take the pieces of wood, you must leave behind one item from your pack, and you only have a key.
Oh, well. No, I won't take them.
Okay? Do you examine the rope, or do you leave?
Yeah, I'll do that.
You examine the rope?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty then. You pick up the rope. It looks normal. In fact, it looks as if it might be quite useful. You open your pack to put it in. Suddenly, it comes alive in your fingers, snakes quickly up your arm and attempts to wrap itself around your neck. You struggle to cut the rope with your sword before its grip tightens. Test your luck. If you're lucky, you cut the rope and it drops to the ground. If you are not, the rope tightens. Lose one stamina point. You must test your luck again to try to cut the rope and keep trying until you do. Each time you fail, you lose another stamina point and reduce your luck score. If you finally defeat the rope, you may leave through the north door.
Okay.
In a bit of a predicament, aren't you?
Well, I did not expect that. Alright. I forgot what I have to roll, but I rolled a 5 and 1.
5 and a 1 is a 6. Your luck is 7. So you did it.
Oh,
You
nice.
managed to cut the rope before it managed to strangle you.
Okay. Good.
Good work. You still lose that 1 point of luck because you tested your luck, but still.
Yeah.
Turn to 73. Okay. The passageway ahead leads you northwards. The rocky floor becomes sandy until eventually you're walking on a sort of coarse sand. You notice the passage is widening and ahead you hear a flowing river. You continue until you find yourself in a large cavern through which a river flows. You're on the south bank of an underground river, facing across its black depths. There appears to be 4 ways of crossing. To your left, a rusted bell bears a sign, ferry service, 2 gold pieces. Please ring. There is a small raft in front of you on the bank, with a long stick resting beside it. You could punt across the river. A rickety old bridge crosses on the right. If you don't trust any of these, you may swim. Which will you choose? Ring the bell, punt the raft across, risk the bridge, swim.
I'll go for the bridge.
Okay.
I don't have 2 gold pieces, do I?
No, you have 1 gold piece.
Yeah, then I'll go for the bridge.
You could always see if they're willing to negotiate.
True. I don't think I would be very successful, honestly.
No. Okay. You try the bridge. The timbers of the bridge are rotting and decayed from years of neglect. A single plank snaps under your foot. Roll 1 die. A roll of 6 sends you splashing into the river below. A roll of 1 to 5 means you regain your footing.
Okay. 4.
Okay. You regain your footing. In the middle of the river, the bridge swings to and fro as it strains to take your weight. The handrail comes away suddenly as you lean on it. Roll 1 die. A roll of 6 sends you plunging into the river below. A roll of 1 to 5 means you regain your balance.
I rolled a 6.
6?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, this will be interesting. The water around you bristles with activity, as if an invisible hand is dropping unseen pebbles into the river. You gulp. Piranhas! And you begin to feel their sharp teeth biting into your flesh. You kick with your limbs and slash with your weapon to keep them off until you reach the south bank. Treat the piranhas as a single creature of skill 5 and stamina 5. Resolve this battle. If you win, you manage to scramble out of the water and lie panting on the south bank. You may eat provisions here. Well, we don't know if you get that far yet. Right, piranhas. It has a skill of 5 and a stamina of 5. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, right. Top of the round. We've both got to roll 2d6. Piranhas rolled okay. They got an 8 plus a 5, so a 13.
I rolled a 5 and a 6, 11.
Wow, plus your 10, so that's 21. You very much showed those piranhas. So, okay, you've wounded them. Do you want to test your luck to try and do additional damage? Or are you happy with the 2? You're on 6 luck currently.
Okay. No, then I won't.
Okay, so the piranhas are down to 3 stamina. Back to the top of the round. Let's try again. 2d6. Oh dear. They got a 2 and a 1. So they got a total of 8.
I got 2 and 5.
2 and 5, that's 7, so 17. 17 beats 8. You wounded them again. Do you want to test your luck? In theory, if you managed it, the piranhas will be out. But then you might not.
Yeah, I won't do that.
Okay, they're on 1 then. They're on 1 stamina. Top of the round again. Oh, top of the round again. 2d6. They rolled terribly again. They got a 4. So, a total of 9.
I got 5 and 7. So, sorry,
What?
5 and 2. So
How did
7.
you roll a 7 on a d6?
That's the total, yeah.
Okay, 17. So 17 beats, what was it? 9. So that's the 5th life you've extinguished. Congratulations, Adventurer Jazz.
Thank you.
Actually, I mean, it is supposed to be a whole shawl of piranha or whatever they would be called. So I suppose it's more than 5 lives technically.
Yeah. True.
So, you're on the south bank of an underground river. Oh, hang on. Before I jumped ahead there, you were allowed to eat more provisions. You're on 21 of 22 stamina. You have 8 provisions left.
I won't. I'll pass this time.
Fair enough. You're on the south bank of an underground river facing across its black depths. There appear to be 4 ways of crossing. I think this is the same page as before. Yeah,
Okay.
it is. You can try the bridge again. Oh, they've even got a picture of the underground river. Oh, it's quite nice actually. There's, like in the foreground on the left hand side, there's a piece of wood sticking up with another piece of wood that's nailed to it, which makes a sort of cross shape. And then off of one of those, the arms of the cross, there's a bell hanging, and below, and off of the bells, I don't know what it's called, the little bauble at the bottom of the bell that actually strikes the outside. Off of that hangs the thing that says ferry, so actually it says ferry something 2 gold pieces. Ferry, service 2 gold pieces. Please ring. And then, like, the river itself, it's completely black, and you can actually see, like, because you're in an underground river, everything is, like, almost pitch black. You can't see where you're going. You can see the bridge on your right hand side, and it does look very rickety. You can see the raft, with the little stick that you could use to try and punt across. So those are your options. You could ring the bell, you could punt the raft across, you could risk the bridge, again, if you so chose, or you could swim.
Right. So we're back on the page where we started, right?
Yep. Which strongly implies that if you were to go across the bridge again and fail again, you would be meeting the same piranhas again.
That's true. Okay. All right. If it's alright for you, I would suggest. I mean, I would go for the ferryman, even though I don't have enough money. But is it alright for you if we put that on next week?
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, let me make sure I write down the page. It's 218, so that doesn't get forgotten. And I'll write underground river, so it's even, so there's no confusion.
Alright, thank you.
There we go. Right, I realise this stream was rather different to how we had originally envisioned it, but I hope you had a good time.
Yes, true. It's very. I don't know. I'm sorry about Stardew not working, but I still had fun.
Oh, that's good. That's what matters. That's the important thing. Rightio. May as well wrap up then, unless there's. Do you want to introduce your channel to everyone?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit on a hiatus right now, but I usually play games or read or make art sometimes too. I'm hoping to do that sometime soon again. If that's something that you're interested in, a little bit of just chatting, a little bit of art. That's it basically.
Very nice. Please do consider giving her a follow. Let me give her channel a shout out. On Twitch, it is Manipulate Everything, but the E at the end of Manipulate and at the beginning of Everything is shared, so there's only one E there. There we go. Rightio. Right, I'll change my scene. I always forget whether they can hear you on the other scene. Sorry about the technical difficulty earlier where you couldn't hear Jazz. I mean, that's on me. I didn't realise that had happened. I should have realised, and I'm sorry about that. I realised that must have detracted from the stream a bit. Deprived of her wonderful voice. There we are. Let's let's wrap up properly. So, thank you for joining me, everyone. I realise now that I haven't actually updated the schedule, but it's the same old thing. My schedule's fairly regular right now. Let me quickly update the schedule here. So next stream is going to be on Monday. That's going to be more Skyrim. Usually we would be doing stuff with Jazz on Saturday, but unfortunately I can't make this Saturday, which is why we moved that stuff to there we go, which is why we moved all that stuff to today. What else? So Skyrim on Monday. Wednesday is going to be more Tex Murphy, which is the adventure game I started, the Tesla Effect specifically, which is a lot of fun. It's a full motion video puzzle adventure game, and it's been fairly entertaining so far. Then next Friday, I think that's the 24th, we should be doing more Stardew Valley with Jazz, and presumably finishing up the game we started today as well. Make sure I get the date right. And then Monday, the 27th, that's going to be more Skyrim. That's the plan anyway. So yeah, I mean, thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you for putting up with all the technical difficulties. I am sorry. I know that I know this stream must have been in more ways than one not what you were expecting. But hopefully you enjoyed it nevertheless. And yeah, I better find somebody to raid, hadn't I? Who is streaming right now? I can see one person I think we should very much consider raiding. Ooh, 2 people. Who do we want? Who do we want? Who do we want? I think we will raid Bex, because as far as I recall, we haven't raided her in a while. So I think she's due a raid. So I'll get that set up. Anything else to say? Well, just thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping me company in chat. Everybody that did, and thank you to everybody that lurked. I really, really do appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful day. Take care, everyone.